got to kill a nigga face. See it through in due time. It's a marathon, you gotta pace. You can't press rewind, you get left behind. This grind and the rest is fine, fine, fine.
Salute. Mm-hmm. Yo, my voice almost tried to go out. Yo, the devil is a lie. Yo, y'all won't stop this conversation. You know what I'm saying? What's good? Salute to y'all. Great day. Great. Have a tremendous Thursday. You know what I'm saying? It's a tremendous Thursday. You know what I mean? And so we're gonna do this. The goal here is to have this conversation. You know what I'm saying? To put it together where we have some ideas and some just a little think tank, you know what I mean? Where we come up with some loose solutions, a code of conduct, something that we could do. This was actually inspired really from my boy Sean, you know what I'm saying? Sean, Big Bully, Antonio, my boy Marcus White, you know what I'm saying? And then Angry Man and Mr. Let Go. Salute to Angry Man, salute to Mr. Let Go. They continued the conversation forward last night. So I wasn't able to get to that, you know what I'm saying? So I want to definitely have that conversation today. If y'all don't mind, let's do this. What's going on? Black Trunks Podcast. How you doing? Free Zone Lou, what's good, fam? Rose Will, what's the deal, family? How y'all doing today? Look, this is gonna be a little bit different. When the guests come on, I don't think if the guests that I want to come on that I'm thinking are gonna come on, I don't want to do a thing where we're kicking off the guest. So if you want your comments read and you want your comments posted and you want your comments read, hit the Cash App, $ Israel Mills, show your love and support. And what I'll do is I'll post your comments up here since I'm not monetized yet. And then what I'll do is I'll read your comments all stream long. Okay. Yo, salute to you, brother Malika. How you doing, man? Hey, thank you for the Cash App, brother Malika. I appreciate that. Said good morning to you, good brother. Hey, salutations and great day to you too, brother. How you doing? I always appreciate the love and support from you, brother Malika. Thank you, man. Thank you for real. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat. If any of you brothers want to come on, there are a few specific brothers that I were looking for as well. So we can have the conversation. We can start the conversation. If it begins to be where all the brothers come on that I invited, then what I'll do is I'll begin to drop some of the other brothers down. But I definitely want you guys to chime in. I definitely want you all to be a part of this conversation because there's a lot of us and there's a lot of us that have something to add. Peace and blessings, brother Trucker. Yeah, what's going on to you? Great day, sir. How you doing, man? Look, and this is an important conversation. This is very, very important conversation. So, if you brothers have any insight, if you have any suggestions, Taiji, what's up? What's going on? How you doing? If you brothers have any suggestions, if you have any insight, I want y'all to put them in the comments. If you want them posted and read, go ahead and hit that Cash App. Show your love. $ Israel Mills. It's posted to the top. You know what I mean? So it says, want your comments put on screen and read all stream long. Hit the Cash App. $ Israel Mills, $20. And put your screen name in the for section. In the for section, put your screen name. And then what I'll do is I'll just every time you post a comment in the comment section, I'll just go ahead and put it up. Yes, sir, brother Malika. Hey, wave in the back so I know it's you, brother Malika. Oh, I can't. Okay, there you go. Hey, man, are you able to cam up today? You good? Oh, okay, maybe something going on. Brother Malika, peace and blessings, brother.
Peace, homie. How you doing? Sorry, not coming up because I'm just getting ready to go to work, and
okay.
I just wanted to come in and share my 4 cents in the EBT card.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Your wisdom is always appreciated, man.
The funny thing when you was talking about code of conduct, yesterday you had an awesome stream, man. When we were talking about how the way men were conducting themselves in relationships. And I wanted to chime in and get on panel, but I was at work. And I remember the young brother and Black Beauty, they were coming at it from a modern person's mindset. And what I love, you were sticking staunch, 10 toes down, saying, I don't care what a woman thinks. I don't care what she feels. As long as me as a man, this is what I want and how the way I want to conduct the relationship. And they were saying, well, you're kind of being controlling, dominating. No, you're being a man.
Mm-hmm.
That's setting a code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, I remember when we talked about the Sierra and Russell Wilson, what Sierra wore to the Oscars.
Yes, sir.
And it was me, you, and Ari. And we both were saying, all right, basically, that was just some trifling shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't care how good looking a person is. I don't care how open you are. How the way a woman carries herself is a reflection of the man and vice versa.
Absolutely.
And I don't care if they're celebrities or whatever.
Is a reflection.
But what gets me is that somebody had said something. Matter of fact, the Crimson Cure said that was Russell Wilson's fault because he did not have any standards for Sierra in the beginning of the relationship. If you're a man that you have standards in the beginning of the relationship, how the way you carry yourself and how the way you want things to go, the woman has two options, either that she's down or she's not. When you said something very prevalent, if I'm with a woman and if she wants to dress half naked and go on South Beach, she can do that, but she knows she's just not coming back. That's having a standard and in rules of conduct. A lot of times, us men, especially in the black community, we are not raised to have any standards of conduct. Your homeboy that you known for over 20 some odd years helped me as a man to have rules and conduct. Angry Man, specifically from the beginning when he used to have his show in his car up today, set a standards of rules and conduct and help open my mind to say, this is what you need to do as a man. This is how the way you got to carry it. And when it was funny when Black Beauty said, if a woman, if she's not being sexually fulfilled, and like how when they were showing those two guys and that woman, first of all, fuck sexual fulfillment. One of the biggest thing is what we're worrying about is if your relationship's foundation is solely built on sex, you're jacked up from the start. Sex is an important thing. It's not the important thing. If you don't have anything else, and if all you're being ruled by your lower nature, men and women, your whole relationship is messed up. I'm proof and putting to that. I was in a relationship that I thought was great, but when I had to really think about it, the main foundation was that we had great sex. She was a good woman. She was cool, but I was not mature enough as a man to hold and handle that relationship. And I did not go in there with any standards, rules of conduct, and how the way I wanted to maneuver within the relationship. I had nothing to bring there. I led by my wallet and I led by my penis, which led to the downfall. And I hold myself accountable. I can't worry about her. She's only a woman. If I come to the relationship with my shit together and what I want, and I say, well, here's what I have and here's what I do. Like when AM talks about the angry man standard, he's not just talking about how the way he wants to rule like a dictator. He's like, no, here's my standard. If you're coming and ruling by standard, and if you have power within the relationship, and when women think that you're having power is about rulership, well, if women today, modern women, they're thinking if they have the money, they don't need the men, you're coming from power. But if a man is coming with an idea of saying, look, this is my standards, this is what I do, this is my edict, this is how the way I run my shit. Are you down? Yes or no? If you're down with it, cool. If you're not, all right, move on. But this is the thing of how men have to have a level of respect, how the way you rule yourself. It's not even just ruling the woman, it's how you rule yourself and who's ever down, just like you and me.
Somebody had said something.
If you and I, we boys and if we're going together. I mean, not going to get. If we're hanging with each
Pause.
other,
Pause.
pause. I didn't mean to come off like that. If we two dudes and we rolling together, right?
Hmm.
If you notice that my money's fucked up,
Hmm.
and I keep asking you, can I borrow a couple of dollars? Not by the third time, you're like, man, why is your money fucked up, man? I don't know.
Hmm.
I just can never have it. It's like, well, you need to up your game. You're like, yo, man, I can't fuck with you because your money ain't right. He's
Hmm.
like, I do this, I make moves, I got kids, I got this, I got a life. Every time we go somewhere, if we want to go here, if I'm going to Vegas and I ask you if you want to roll, you ain't got this, you ain't got that. And I'm like, well, man, can't you help me? I said, I don't want to help out a dude. If I'm not helping you out, I'm taking care of you. I don't take care of men.
Hmm.
That's a rule of conduct.
Hmm.
You know,
Well, yo, let me give you.
That boy is good. That boy is
Hey,
good.
no doubt about it. Listen, so man, you spit some bars, man. You spit bars. You said bars.
you know what? And I've been holding it since yesterday from your show, man. And also when AM had his late night show, man.
Yeah, salute to you for sure. And yo, salute to the angry man. I hope he's able to come through this morning and chop it up with us. My brother How To is here. Yo, what up, How To? What's going on with your family? Hey, but listen,
What's good with you?
so hey, what's
Peace
good,
out, too.
family? So salute to the angry man. Yo, salute to Mr. Let Go. Like, I don't really know Mr. Let Go personally like that. Never had a conversation with him. I'm hoping that he could come through today too. And then us brothers, we could chop it up and we could come up with what is that standard? What does that standard look like? How are we going to move forward? How are we going to progress as brothers? And what are we going to do? Yo, what up, Trucker? Yeah, what's good with your family?
Good morning,
All right.
man. Good
Great day,
morning,
great
y'all.
day, great day. What up? What up? Executive Suite, MLE, what's good, family? Hey, listen, so what I want to do is like I said, I want to start the conversation about what should those standards be? You know what I'm saying? And how should we move forward as far as standards, right? I think, and this is to your point, Malika, definitely as men, it's not about controlling the women. It's about implementing structure. It's about implementing structure, and it's about having standards and having requirements for those women that they must meet. Being able to give those women direction, being able to give those women instruction, and being able to give those women a template or a foundation to build upon and to do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? And so with that said, this is the reason why I did not really open this up to women necessarily. I think that as men, we need to come together and we need to come up with this plan by which we're going to govern ourselves. Like, listen, everybody doesn't have to govern themselves like this. What's going on, Christopher? How you doing, man? Everybody doesn't have to yeah. We want Chris, share, man. Listen, we definitely open to suggestions and stuff like that. I don't know about 95, man. I don't know if we got time for 95. But look, like I said, if you hit the Cash App and show your love with $20, I'll put all your comments all stream long on the screen and I'll read them off. So if you want to do it like that, or if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. Listen, so the thing of it is that as men, we need to come up with this together. Of course, everybody's not going to live by this. Everybody's not going to go by this. However, if we have a commonality amongst us, especially in these YouTube streets, and we bring our tribe and we have our tribe set apart, then more people are going to want to join and it's going to spread out. So what say you, How To man? And then I want Trucker Yell to be able to get in here. What's going on, How To?
Nothing much, G. So I think the number one thing is that we have to master building our us before we have one. That's like the number one thing, right? Because that determines everything else. That determines what you're actually gonna have. So if I'm planning a life for myself and I plan that life and saying that, hey, I want a woman that's gonna act like this, gonna behave like that, am I also planning to be the thing that she's going to require in order for her to behave like that? And I think the answer is no in most cases, and it's really due to a lack of planning. So we got to plan better and actually start working towards action in those plans, right? If I'm saying I want a housewife or a traditional woman, Am I already taking steps to be a traditional man? Am I planning on buying and owning a home? Have I already figured out a vehicle situation? Have I figured out a career situation? Have I figured out the things that will be stable in nature in my life? And most people haven't.
Well, how to? I want to direct that focus more so on a code of conduct of us as brothers overall, not so much female or woman centered, but a code of conduct and structure and standard that we have as us as brothers on YouTube, and then moving out forward into our lives, if that makes sense.
Well, I
Oh,
think
we
How
need
To
to
Man
stop.
is talking about consistency. I think
Well,
that's what he's talking
Wait,
about,
hold on.
right?
Let him finish. Let him finish real quick.
well, we need to stop allowing women to come in and own our spaces. We cater to women because either one or two reasons, right? You got men out here that think that that's going to get them some virtual pussy when there's no such thing, or you have men out here thinking that that's going to increase their female base, and it actually does the opposite. When you pander like that, women can pander to each other. They don't need you for that.
That's a good point. So so far we need to stop allowing women basically to come and commandeer our spaces. All right. So that's a suggestion. I got one suggestion. What else? What other things would you suggest? And I'm gonna move on to Trucker Yell, and then we're gonna open this up. So far, what I have from Brother Malika is we need standards and we need structure, and that's kind of aligned with what I was saying. And I want to get back to Brother Malika after Trucker Yell to find out what some of these standards are. But then, and so far, what I got from you is we need to stop allowing women to commandeer these spaces, basically trying to get some virtual coochie or trying to get some Scooby snacks and trying to get basically a larger female subscribership. So, what else? What other suggestions do you have? How to?
So outside of that, we need to support our men just as much as we support the women. Because for some reason, the women always get far more support than the men do.
They give or they get or both?
They get.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's fucked up because the women are always going to support the women more than they support the men. By and large, that's going to remain true. So, with the men also doing the same thing and supporting women more than they support men, you're just at a loss. And I think the problem is that it's more personable on the internet. So a lot of these nut ass niggas really feel like they got a shot at that virtual coochie. It all goes back to that.
Okay.
Yep.
So we need to support our men more, especially more than we're supporting the women. All right.
Yeah.
I got that other suggestion. Okay, cool. And one more. What's one more thing that you think that we could do as far as code of conduct and things that we can implement that will make things better for us as men on YouTube and then out into our lives?
We need to stop the caping. Niggas need to put their fucking capes down. None of y'all niggas' name is Clark or Kent. Nigga, put that shit up. Nigga, your name is not Bruce, nor is it Wayne, nigga. Put that shit down, you hear me? And it's too much of that shit going on, bro. Every time there's a female in distress, here come one of y'all niggas. Dun, 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 super Negro. No, bro. We don't need that, G. We don't need that, man. We got police for that nigga. We got firemen for that nigga. We don't need you to come play Captain Save a Ho. You hear me? And it's a lot of that going on, bro. So you'll have guys that'll just step in just off the face of a man talking to a woman or, doing ridiculous shit. Like, hey, we're going to do women only today. No, nigga, ain't no fucking women's only, nigga, because we don't get men's only, nigga. So stop it. It's a lot of nut ass shit like that going on.
Well, in all fairness, and a little bit of pushback on that, we definitely do have. What up, Black Manta? What's going on, family? How you doing, man? Hey, listen, we do really have a lot of men only panels because 90% of the dudes, 90% of the panels be mostly men. Very rarely do you have a women to come through. What's going on, Crowd Heights? How you doing, fam?
We don't have.
What's up, family?
We don't have women's only. We don't have men's only panels, right? Because if a woman wants to show up on them, she can.
Okay.
We have men's only panels when there's no option.
Okay. What's
Mm.
it? Well, let me be clear. Today is going to be a men's only panel. There's no women coming up today.
Well, nigga, you the
Today
first.
a men's only panel. Today is really now women could put suggestions in that we might take into account, like the honorable brother, the brother Malcolm X, God rest his soul, said. You know what I'm saying? We're taking suggestions, but for right now, we're gonna close this off to the men to be able to set this this precedent and set this space. Hey yo, so my brother's Black Manta, my brother's Crown Height, and my brother Big Rig, Jew Martin came in. Yo, brothers, listen. Today we're doing things a little bit different. We're not so much booting people off today. So if y'all would show y'all love through the Cash App, right? If y'all want y'all comments read all string long, y'all know how I do Crown Heights. Y'all know how I do Big Rig. If y'all want your and Black Manta, if y'all want your comments read all string long, just hit the Cash App for $20 at least. And you know, if you want to show love more, I appreciate it. But if not, just at least $20, and then tell me your screen name. And all stream long, I'll just be putting up your comments. Okay. So show y'all love through the Cash App. I appreciate you. Hey, so thank you for those suggestions. Yo, what say you, Trucker? What's some things as far as code of conduct that we need to implement to make things better for us as men on YouTube and then going out into the world?
Well, angry man. I mean, how to man basically said some of the shit I was gonna say. The one I was gonna say was stop letting pussy control you.
Okay.
You gotta.
That's a real general term, but yeah, stop letting the coochie control you. Okay, but
Yeah.
this is virtual coochie that we're talking about, like how to said, really, because it's not really like a lot of these people are nowhere near where these other people are at. So it's virtual coochie. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm saying that because a lot of these dudes get on here, and again, they be caping and all this other shit, thinking they're gonna get some coochie at the end of the day, or they think they gonna try to shun another dude. And then me personally, that's some weak ass shit. You feel me? To me personally, so I think that shit should be obsolete, and niggas that move like that need to be terminated forever. That's just me.
Hold on real quick. I appreciate the love, Black Manta, man. Thank you, man. Thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate the love always, man. Salute to you, Black Manta.
Another one for me, probably the biggest one for me is stop being afraid to be honest. Just be truthful all the way, hands down. You know what I'm saying? Like even to the fella, like just stop being scared to be honest. They asking for honesty, give them honesty. It's not that hard, you know. So that's pretty much it. I mean, how to man pretty much hit it on the spot. So.
All right, so that's cool. So we got a few. So Malika, I wanted to understand. Like, I know a lot of the Angry Man standard, and shout out again to the Angry Man. I hope I know he don't get up usually around this time, but I hope if he's up, he come through and join this panel. He's really needed in this discussion as well. You know, and other brothers, if y'all want to join the conversation, y'all have some suggestions, come up or either hit the Cash App, and I'll put your you know what I'm saying? I'll put you on the big screen. Hey, no problem. Hey, man, appreciate you, Black Manta. Hey, listen. Hey, what's going on, Altruist? How you doing? Salute to you. So, Malika.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So you were talking about structure, and you talk about standards. What are some standards? Not as so much. I want to kind of get away from the women, if that's okay with y'all. I think a lot of these have been good suggestions. At the same time, they have been women-centered or women-centric, and I want to get away from that trope and away from that thing. I want to focus more so like what Malika was saying about men, us as men, and how we're going to conduct ourselves and how we're going to move forward. Yo, Big Rig, salute, man. Yo, I appreciate you, Big Rig, man. Thank you. He said he feeling this.
No,
Yo,
salute,
Big
Big
Rig, thank
Rig.
you, man. Yo, salute to you, Big Rig, always, man. Thank you for the love and support. I appreciate you, fam. He said, salute to you too, Trucker. Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yep.
Hey, so Malika, yes, sir. And yo, let me give my people a little bit of something before you get into this, Malika. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate the love, man.
No matter what the situation, I'm just trying to climb. Got to do a nigga face.
Yeah. So I shortened it, y'all. I shortened it. Y'all like that? I shortened it. Just what y'all asked for, okay? I'll be listening. I'll listen to my people. You know what I'm saying? Because this is y'all show. What's going on? The real question, everything. How you doing, family? Oh, okay. So yeah, Malika. As far as standards are concerned, what are some suggestions that you have as far as standards are concerned?
I had jot down quick 7, and I'll
Okay.
just rattle them off to you.
What's up, Q Will? Hey, Venus.
As men, don't take shit from anyone.
Okay. Don't
Mm-hmm.
take shit from anyone. Okay. No
Number
problem.
2,
Hold
be a
on.
leader. I'm sorry, brother. Let me slow
Don't
down.
take shit. Okay, go ahead. Be a leader. I got you.
Third one, this is something really serious that we all need to do. Self-control.
Mm.
Self-control with our money, self-control with our dicks, self-control with our attitudes, self-control with our tempers.
Mm-hmm.
Because black men, we're always stereotyped that we fucking everybody, we want to beat up with everybody, and we don't know how to handle money.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one big thing that we need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hold ourselves accountable, because it begins and ends with us men. Shout out to Everett Overton. He's a fellow YouTuber that came up with that phrase. It begins and ends with us. Because if your relationship is fucked up, if your whole circumstances is fucked up, it's your fault as the man, because you're the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Work on your purpose. And when I mean purpose, I have that in quotes. Your purpose, not hers. Because if you don't got a purpose and you following hers, you definitely fall into a brick wall.
Mm-hmm.
I got this from AM and I love it. Be unapologetically you and masculine.
Mm.
And the last one is always, 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 always be improving yourself. We should always be improving ourselves until they put us into that casket or into an urn. To the day we die, we should always be improving ourselves. And by us, we're constantly always improving ourselves. Our family, our friends, and definitely our women will definitely have a respect for us, so they can know, they can always see that you never stopped improving yourself. You never stopped wanting to learn. You never stopped educating yourself. You never stopped gaining wisdom or wanting to get wisdom.
Good stuff. That's some good stuff. That's some good stuff, man. Yo, that is some good stuff right there. Yo, and I'm gonna let you get in. What's up, Q Wilson? I'm gonna let you get in for in a moment.
Q.
So
How the fuck you not at work right now, Airborne? Take
Hey,
your ass
hey,
to
man,
work,
come on,
Airborne.
man.
oh,
Come on, man.
man, how
Hey,
Chill,
to,
chill.
how
nah.
to,
Fuck that, Airborne. You
how
got
to,
to go to work. Work
yo,
call.
how
Man,
09.
to,
chill. You blowing up the spot.
how to, man. God, dog, we need to call
Chill.
out that. Yo, shut the hell up. Like, listen, we don't call no
Blowing up
men
the
out.
spot.
We talk about a code. We talk about a code of conduct, and you are calling that man out, grown ass man
Yeah,
out
man.
online. Yo, we
That's
gotta
the
stop
code of
that. Hey,
conduct
hold
I
on, hold on.
live by.
No.
Chill.
It got to be duplicatable. Hold on, fam. Wait a minute. I think that's one that I would suggest. We have got to stop calling each other out in front of everybody. What the
Exactly.
hell?
Hey,
That's
look,
yo.
I'm
man,
over
I
here trying
live
to.
by the
How
NCO
to? How
creed.
to? I'm talking to you. Hold on, man. This ain't the damn military. This is online, man. Don't do that. We gotta stop calling each other out, yo. I'm gonna put that. That's number one on my list. We gotta stop calling each other out online. Yo, there's too many ways of communication. You got damn Instagram, you got email, you got
Try to blow
text
up the
message,
spot.
you got damn, yo, you got
Wait.
listen, you can
It
wait,
can
hold
be
on, wait,
sometimes.
trucker, hold on. You can hit it in the back chat. Nigga, we got too many ways to communicate with each other that we don't have to be calling out each other's stuff online in front of everybody. We got to do that, okay?
And
Yeah, okay.
can I add on something to that though, man? Even though that we might be joking,
Mm-hmm.
it sometimes can be emasculating too.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we're doing
Mm.
that, and I know how to man is only joking with Q and
You're making the
everything,
block hot.
Yeah.
but then at the same time, that's something that we've gotten from the women in our community. We like to make, even though it's making fun, you teasing, but it's like you said, after a while, it becomes embarrassing and gets annoying, and
Mm-hmm.
then we get to the point where, man, shut the fuck up, nigga, I'm only playing with you, and then it gets to some other shit, and it builds upon that, where
Mm-hmm.
we don't become the men that we should be.
Right.
And I'm not trying to tell how to do anything, but I understand how the way you feel at times, unconsciously that becomes emasculating.
Mm-hmm.
So I got another one.
Wait,
Let me jump
hold
in when
on.
you get a second.
Wait. Yeah, I want
I'm
Q
sorry.
Will-
Go ahead.
yeah. I don't want to jump over Q Wilson's turns. It's Q Wilson's turn. Yeah, how
Yeah.
Q just jumped all over him, man.
Hell yeah, try to
I
make the
know he's
block hot.
making the block hot, man. Hey, go ahead, Q. No, man, how you doing,
All right,
Q?
all right, I'm good. I'm good.
So you know
I'm
what
just
you know what the question is?
you said something about like what's your what's the word? What you said? What the question was? I can't remember the word
Yeah,
right
no
now.
doubt. I got you. So basically what we're doing is what are some things that we could
Standards.
implement, yeah, as far as standards that we could implement in the black community where, you know what I'm saying? Well, I'm not in the YouTube community. Let's just say amongst us, our tribe. A lot of us are aligned in a lot of ways. A lot of us unite in a lot of ways. So what are some things that we can do going forward from YouTube and into our real lives as far as standards and structure?
Well, these are my standards for myself. Well,
Mhm.
I don't talk to people that don't have an iPhone. You automatically getting blocked. I don't care.
Yo, man, come on, Q Wilson. Come on,
You
Q
need to.
Wilson. Come
Hey, that's
on.
standard for me, man.
I
You gotta
got you,
have
man.
an
We're gonna
iPhone.
skip past that one. We're gonna let you keep that standard to yourself. Okay, what's the next
All
one?
right, you got when you talking to somebody, they gotta hear you instead of like hearing through you. You know,
Okay.
people, people like if me and you having a conversation and you ask me questions about it and you want knowledge, that's good. But people that don't want to like hear you, like hear your voice or your opinion at all, and they just want to be right,
Mhm.
that's got to change.
We gotta
Um,
start. So basically, to narrow that down, we gotta start really listening to each other and try to listen for understanding.
yeah.
Okay.
And just don't be a pushover. Just take it for what it is. Have a good sense of humor too when it
Mhm.
comes to things. Because everybody's always uptight. The morning that they are freaking, what's the word for it? Mad at breakfast type deal. Just have a good day. Start the good day with a joke or say have a good day.
Mhm.
I really don't have too much to say, but that's something for me.
Okay, no doubt. I like that. I like that. So, yo, back to you. Well, how to wanted to get in there. How to? What's up, family?
Yeah, so I got two points. So the first one is to you is so with the whole not calling people out, nah, fuck that. People need to be called out on their bullshit, right?
Not
Everyone
in
wants
front of
to talk.
everybody, though. Not in
Nah,
front of
fuck that,
everybody.
fuck that, fuck that. It's certain
Everybody
times
and in
when it's
private.
it's certain times when things should be in private, right? Like if we're part of a team, right? Like us both being toxic Avengers, I would never get on your head top in front of everybody.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right. And
Like
me
that
neither.
wouldn't be ethical, right? But a
Right.
rando nigga, nah, fuck that. I'm calling out his behavior, wherever the fuck that nigga misbehaved. That's where we're gonna hold court at, right then and there. Now, with me saying that, there's a way to go about that while exercising civility, and I think that's the part that's lost a lot, right? Is niggas need to be extra aggressive and crazy and shit whenever they call a nigga out, and then the
Wait, you
other
said
side.
wait. Let me understand. So you're saying that you feel like they should be or they should not be extra crazy and aggressive when they're calling people out.
Nah, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be.
Oh, they should not be. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Like you don't have to be an ass unless the situation warrants it, right? Like generally speaking, and I know niggas gonna disagree in the chat, but that's because they don't actually pay attention.
Mhm.
But generally speaking, I make every attempt to be cool with somebody before it gets to the screaming and the, I'm ready to, do somebody something and all that shit there, and that's real world and like on the internet. Like I make every attempt to be cool
No doubt.
possible. But when it's no other option, then you got to resort to what you resort to. But that
Mhm.
being said, my other point was to, I believe that was Brother Malika that said about taking shit, right? Well,
Mhm.
you got to take shit from somebody, man. Everybody has to take shit from somebody. That's just the way that it works if you want to progress. If you don't want to take shit from anybody, that means that you want to be on an island unto yourself. And that's just not a good idea, generally speaking, for most people, because humans were created to function together. As such, there's always going to be somebody that's ahead of you, above you, or maybe somebody that has something to offer to you that might
Can I
not come
clarify
in
that?
that might not come in the most pleasing manner, right? So I can
Can
be
I?
abrasive, and you might feel like I'm shitting on you, but I might have been doing you a favor in that moment. But you know, we
let-
gotta analyze and use our logic more than we use our emotion whenever we parsing through what's actually shitting on us and what's taking care of us. Because I think a lot of people get confused and can't tell the difference.
Can I
Hey, yo, let
more
me say this
clarify?
real quick. Let me say this real quick. Hey, chat, yo, I appreciate y'all coming through. Listen, because I don't have super chat yet, if you could super chat through the Cash App, essentially what you do is you hit the Cash App $ Israel Mills, and then what I'll do, like I did with Big Rig, because he hit the Cash App at How To Man. You didn't even say thank you for lunch the other day, nigga. You gotta
Huh?
say thank you to
I
Big Rig when you
did.
show
I
love.
did. I did.
Yo, shout out to
Big
Big Rig.
Rig. Big Rig. I did say thank you. I don't think you heard me. You had already left when I came back because I hadn't seen the cash up. And then I went back and I looked at it and I came back on stream and I said, oh, that's what you're talking about. My fault. I appreciate that, my brother. Yeah.
Hey, shout out to
I
Big Rig,
definitely
man.
thank you.
No matter what the situation, I'm just trying to climb. You got to feel a nigga face.
Yo, shout out to Big Rig, man.
I appreciate that though, big homie.
Yeah, he showed much
So
love. He showed much love and support. So listen, if y'all want, because I don't have the super chat feature, right? If y'all want your comments highlighted and read, hit the Cash App, $ Israel Mills, and like this, I put like I'm Big Rig is good all day. As long as the stream is going up, I'm gonna put his comments up and I'm gonna read his comments because he hit the Cash App. But if you want your comments read, if you want your comments highlighted, go ahead and hit the Cash App, $ Israel Mills. Go ahead, Trucker. My bad.
no, you good. How To Man said something yesterday. We was talking about having somewhat of a conversation yesterday about this, about how I think it's pride and ego, you know what I'm saying, that kind of hold people back because everybody can't be a fucking leader or a alpha, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's given on the YouTube streets too.
Well,
I
let me.
think.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
No. I want you to finish. I thought you was finished. That's why I was
No,
cutting.
It's that's one point, and then the other point was, um, I'm trying to do something that How To Man introduced yesterday.
Mhm.
Break it down, like kind of start talking more logical, not just logical, but break it down of how and when,
Mhm.
you know, and more precise.
How and
Because
when, more precise. No doubt. I like that.
yeah,
I like that. How to.
so I'm trying to learn how to
How
you
and
know.
why? How and why? How and why?
How, why, and more precise. Okay, I like that. I like that too. Good.
So I'm trying to break it down, trying to learn to speak more like that because I still got my street lingo, but I'm trying to be more precise and direct where people can really understand what I'm really trying to say.
No doubt. No doubt.
So
Hey, How To Big Rig said, "I'm just clowning, fam." Yo, so look, let's get into it like this. So I want to say I don't agree with you, How To Man, and I'm interested what everybody else has to say. I don't agree with you is the whole thing about calling people out and calling people out in front of everybody. I know that's how y'all do it in the military, but I think with the structure and with the brainwashing and with everything that y'all have to go through to be in that situation. Again, salute to you and
Whoa,
salute to
whoa,
hold
whoa,
on,
my
There's
hold
no
on.
God! You're not gonna say
Let
I'm
me finish my
brainwashed.
let me
You ain't
finish
just
my
gonna
no
throw
okay, hold
brainwashing
brainwashing
in
in
it.
there like that.
hold on. Let me finish my statement.
Silence. Silence.
Hold up! Hold up! Hold up!
Let me finish what I'm saying, what I mean by that. And I'm not trying to offend you. What I'm saying is that you realize that in basic, that they program y'all a certain way to perform a certain way and to all be moving. You said it yourself, to all move in a certain type of way. You got to be uniform and you have to move in a certain kind of pattern, a certain type of way. What I'm saying to you is, as civilians, people have different personalities, people have different temperances, people have different ways of processing information. So that is not a way to reach everybody, especially on the YouTube streets, and especially your fellow brother that might be a part of your tribe. I believe a more effective way would be to text them, to put it in a back chat, to call them, to send them a daggone email, to DM them, send a messenger on Facebook. There's so many ways that we could contact each other. There's so many ways that we could reach out to each other, and that we can communicate without and converse without having to go there as far as on the and calling each other out on YouTube. And I'm only
It needs to
speaking
be.
about hold on real quick. I'm only speaking about the brothers that's within the tribe and within the group. I'm not speaking about anybody outside of the tribe or outside of the group.
Let me know when you're ready for my disagreement.
I'm ready now. I just wanted to finish that point.
Oh,
Okay.
so the part that I think you're misunderstanding, right? So in the military, you're taught to reward in public and censure in private, but it's a difference between censuring and making an on the spot correction. On the spot corrections are always necessary. They're vital to mission success and vital to whatever the fuck it is you're trying to do, right? For example, if someone jumps onto this live serve and decides to say 2 + 2 = 76, right? Now, let's assume that everyone isn't versed in basic arithmetic in the chat, right? And I just text that guy behind the scenes and tell him, hey, bro, it's 4, right? And he's like, oh, got it, right?
That's different than what I'm talking about. That's different than what I'm talking about. So that's
No,
not a good example.
hold on, you ain't let me get to the point.
Okay, yeah, but I just want to
The-
be clear that that's different. I'm not saying that you should not correct people when they're wrong. I'm not saying that you should not let people know the actual facts. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, as far as calling somebody out, is a difference between letting people know the actual facts and actually calling someone out. There's a huge
All right,
difference.
so let's define terms. What are you calling call out? Because I think what you're calling call out and what I'm calling call out are two very different things. I think you're thinking of calling out as censuring someone, as in getting on their ass.
Yes.
Whereas I'm talking about an on the spot correction, which
Yes.
can be executed in a civil manner. So I can, in a nice way, tell you, hey, 2 + 2 is not 76, it's actually 4, my man. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that part, but just you know what I'm saying, man, you know the other stuff that we do sometimes.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
Big
in
Rig
general,
said,
in general, people don't need to do that in general.
right. Big Rig said, we need more shaming, to be honest, but there's a way of doing it. Okay, I mean, yo, I don't
Right.
disagree with that
I
as
agree
far
with
as
that.
shaming. I think we do need to shame people more. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to the group, when it comes to the brothers of us that are aligned, that are the same tribe, and we have the standards and the structure of where we're going, right? I believe that we should deal with each other in a certain way that builds camaraderie and that builds cohesion, so that we can move forward and we can move the needle forward. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That makes sense or not really?
I understand what you mean,
I
brother.
understand what you're saying.
All right, yo. So what you think, Malika? What, because I didn't let you finish your standards. What other standards were you
No, that
talking
was
about?
it. The 7 that Dad just put down there.
Okay. Don't take
Yeah,
shit from anyone. Be a leader. Hold ourselves accountable. Work on your purpose. Be unapologetically masculine. Always be improving ourselves.
exactly.
Yes, sir. I got them down.
For real, you and How To Man both have great points.
Mhm.
And can I say something?
Sure, absolutely. Please.
This is what we need.
Mhm.
What you're saying is very important, and what How To Man is saying is very important. You know, we don't need an echo chamber, but both of you men are showing what men need. You're showing standards.
Mhm.
You're showing standards. And here's another thing. You guys aren't chopping at each other's head. You're not saying, no, nigga, this is what I say. No, niggas, this is what I say. You know, both of you men are very strong, opinionated men, but
Right.
you're coming to an agreement of saying, hey, this is how the way we should correct each other.
Mhm.
You're just coming at it from a different angle. That's a standard.
Mhm.
That's another thing. We should be able to check and talk to each other and tell each other, hey, you not your collar showing, without coming at each other's neck and being hyper emotional and acting like bitches.
No doubt. Yo, so to clarify that and to like could make that more concise. So basically, we should be able to correct each other without having to go to war, be
Exactly.
based on a correction.
and also
There's
come to an
there's a
agreement.
term for that. That's a term for that. Breaking balls the
Yeah.
Italian way. That's
Hmm.
so that's what they do. Like they be like, "Oh, why you breaking my balls?"
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just testing. They just, what I'm saying. That's what it's called,
A
No
male
doubt.
shit test.
No
pretty
doubt.
much.
Yeah.
Without hey yo, Big Rig said showing standards facts. I like that. Yo, thank you, Big Rig. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the support and the love, man. So Miss Arissa, we're talking about, so what we're doing today is we're trying to come up with a code of standards and a code of ethics for us as men on YouTube going forward, men that are part of the same tribe that have a similar mindset and that are trying to go somewhere. So we're trying to have a conversation about a code of conduct online that could actually spill out into our real life and help our lives get better. But we're focused on online first and coming together and galvanizing to make things happen online, and then moving forward. And Big Rig said, yeah, breaking my balls. Yeah. So we don't want to do that. But so and ladies, like I said, if y'all want y'all comments read, if you would hit the Cash App $Israel Mills, and I'll be posting your comments and I'll read it just like I did with Big Rig the whole stream. It's just $20 to the Cash App, because today we're doing something a little bit different where we're not really dropping people per se. Not unless y'all do drop, if y'all should happen to hit the Cash App and want to drop somebody, I probably might, but what we're doing is we're just doing a conversation, dialogue, conversing, as my man How To likes to say. We're just conversing on how we can make things better and how we could come up with a code of conduct that we all can live by that will make things better in YouTube and our section, and then outward, you know what I mean, into our lives. So brothers, what would y'all say about the pushback? So how can we define who's in our tribe? And I want to go round robin on this, starting with How To, and then Malika, and then Trucker Yell, and then Q Wilson. How can we define who's a part of our tribe and who's not a part of our tribe? What say you, How To?
Oh, that's a really difficult question to answer. I'd say that the easiest way is just, asking them, hey, what's your goal here? Right. And when someone tells you, hey, this is my goal, generally speaking, that will tell on them. If they came with malicious intent,
Mhm.
generally it will come out in that conversation. As soon as you hit them with, hey, what's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish with what you're saying or what you're doing? Right. If they can't give any explanation, it's typically that, they're being malicious and what they're doing, especially if that's how it came off, that just like confirms it. But if they can give a cogent answer as to what their intent is and what their purpose in being present or saying or engaging in actions they're engaging in, whatever, then they might be on the same page as you and just coming from a different side. Like you got uh people like Anton and Angry Man, right? They're sitting on one side. Some people will look at them and say that they're coons, right? Because in their heads, they're against the black community, or they don't give a shit about the black community. But it's actually the exact opposite. Now, somebody like Angry Man or Anton might look at some of the other guys on the other side of the aisle and say that they're stupid, imbecilic, or they're coons themselves, right? But they aren't. They're just fighting the fight from a different side, right? Like you got one side that believes that we need to start by fixing society, and then you got the other side that believes we need to start by fixing us. And both sides think that if you're not doing what it is they're saying, that you're a coon. You see what I'm saying? So it's really easy to get confused just by being on a different side. What matters is what's the end state that you're working towards. What's your goal and purpose in being and doing. That's it.
Okay, cool. So what say you, brother Malika?
First of all, actions speak louder than words. I don't care what you say. I want to see what you do. Also, just like how to man, when you're dealing with somebody, you kind of vet people. what are you doing? What is your code of conduct? How do you handle yourself?
Mhm.
And then you see that, and and here's how the way you test the dude, like, yo, you said you love your woman. That's all right. And then I'm not dick policing, but you said you love your woman, you worry about that, but you got like 2 chicks on the side, brother. Be careful. Now you're not telling him what to do, but he's like, man, I'm gonna be all right. I'm like, okay. And then he comes back to you, he's like, damn, I got a problem. What's the problem? One of them chicks I was messing with says she's pregnant. Then you look at him and like, okay, that's not a dude you want to deal with because he's reckless.
Mhm.
Especially if you're a man that you're about to, he might be cool, but man, you don't
So,
want to
Moy,
deal. You don't want to deal
What's
with
up,
people that are
gentlemen?
reckless. Like I said, somebody can say something, but you gotta, as a man having certain standards, you gotta have a certain standard about you,
Mhm.
and you don't want that dude's low standards rubbing off on you. And we always like to say, "Oh, I ain't gonna rub off on me." You never know what can happen to you at any place, at any time, in any situation and circumstance. Even though
Mhm.
that you can be stoic, but my grandfather always said, "You never know who you dealing with."
Mhm.
Somebody could say they could be this, they could be that, but you never know who you dealing. That's man, woman, your boss, anybody, a person in your family. You never know who you're dealing with until you get it in your face. And the thing is, that's one thing, like how you were saying yesterday. I don't care what the woman says. I know what I say. I
Mhm.
know what fucking standards I have.
Mhm.
Fuck what she says. This is what the fuck I go by. And that's as I think as men, we gotta carry it how the way we live it. You gotta set the standard too, where they see, oh, Malika is, how to man trucker. We oh, they don't want to fuck with you because y'all niggas got standards. Y'all niggas got rules. Yes.
Let's work on not dropping so hard curses because I'm trying to get monetized if y'all don't mind.
My bad, brother.
Yeah, no problem. I know y'all don't mean nothing about it. We just talking. I'm listening to you though.
But that's it. It's not, I don't care what you say, what you do, and what you say and do should line up.
Mhm.
Even if you ain't hitting on 2 cents, okay.
Mhm.
That's what you are. But if you say one thing and you do something else, then I'm looking at you kind of funky. I'm looking at you with the side eye. I don't deal with people like that. I don't want to deal with that. It's taken me a long time to stop being a person like that.
Right. No doubt. Hey, Soldier Samak, Moise's freestyle is Dominican too. All people are welcome here, man. We don't, it's not like we're all people are welcome. You know what I'm saying? We're not discriminating against any men anywhere, you know what I'm saying? But Dominicans are welcome, Puerto Ricans are welcome, everybody is welcome, you know what I mean? Hey, salute to you. Okay, so Truckee Yell was next. Miss Arissa, see, the thing about it is, so Miss Arissa, you got to have the followers, but you also got to have 4,000 hours of content, and they are real slow about that. It said that I had like 4.7 hours of content, but then in the back chat, when you go to the earning, they're only giving me credit for 37.94 or something like that. Or
That's
19.
happening to me too.
Yeah, so they don't give you credit. They're really, really slow on the credit for the watch hours. And I think it has to do with what you say or what, you know what I mean? So
Oh,
it's crazy.
really?
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Because certain things that you say, or certain trigger words, or certain things that you might play on your videos, whatever the case may be. I think that's what it has to do with.
A quick question, by the way. I'm
All right,
sorry to
brother
interrupt,
Malika, I
guys.
appreciate you. Salute. Go
What's the
ahead.
topic right now? I
It's
just, I'm late.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Today we talking about things that we can do. I had Big Rig back on real. Yo, salute to you, fam. I appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you. Hey, but the topic today is things that we can do to create a standard. What standards we could create, and things that we could do that could elevate us as brothers in the tribe, and then on YouTube, and then pass out, you know what I'm saying, for in the real life. And so basically we're trying to come up with a code of conduct for us as brothers on YouTube.
Oh, okay, dope.
So what say you to the question, Trucker? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I kind of came up with a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
One is be your own man, and what I mean by that is it's okay to sometimes quote other people. You get what I'm saying? But if you can't think for yourself, then yeah, you might want to just sit back and stand on the sideline for that.
Mm-hmm.
Another way of weeding them out is word is bond. You know, are you consistent with your word? Do you live by your actions on a consistent, not just on YouTube, but just, you know, because it's going to always come out regardless. Hey, they just somebody. The other one that I was looking at was pandering.
Are you is that person pandering? So if they're pandering, then they're not really a part of our tribe. What's your definition of pandering, Trucker? Like when you say pandering, what's your definition?
Pandering, like when somebody get on the panel and they know they wrong, but they still trying to defend them when they know they're wrong. Nah, bro, you gonna have to stop that pandering shit. Truth is truth. I don't care who it is, whether it's from a man or a woman. You gonna have to tell them the truth, bro. All you doing is really crippling them. You know, so they could be taking this information that we're giving out, these gems, and twisting it in the wrong way. You know, so that's another. That's about it.
Thank you. Reactions by Sean Spelman. Appreciate it. All right, no doubt. Yo, Q Wilson, what are some things that we can identify who's a part of our tribe and who's not a part of our tribe?
One is like do it like a probation period to figure them out, because you know they could say one thing, then another thing they could be feeling like they could be flip floppy. You want to make sure they're concise first. The next thing is, you know, put them to the test, but don't act like that you put them to the test. You know, you want them to like feel like it's just they part of the group when they really just getting filled out. And lastly, you know, just be courteous. You know, to see their point of view aside.
Oh, I forgot to add emotion.
What do you mean about emotion when you just say emotion? What you mean by that?
Like dudes can't take the heat.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like they give game, but they can't receive it. You get what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
yeah,
when
that's
somebody when they being truthful, that's cool. But when somebody being truthful with them, you know what I'm saying, and making sure that they take accountability on what they saying and the decisions that they taking, now it's a problem. Now they catch an attitude. Now they emotional and all this other shit.
Facts.
Yo, yeah, that, you know, that gotta go.
That's that shit we don't like.
No doubt. Yo, so Moises freestyle. So, you know, and salute to you. What are some things? So basically, again, we're talking about you know, code of conduct and stuff like that. How can we tell who's a part of our tribe and who's aligned with our agenda?
I just want to say first and foremost, great day to all the gentlemen on the panel, and to you, Israel.
Great
this
day.
is definitely a productive panel. I feel like out of a lot of the spaces, people get carried away talking about personal things. I think we got to X out the gossip. And I mean, I've been on panels that have interesting topics, and then people get sidelined talking about like personal YouTube stuff. All of a sudden, 2 hours, people talking about like some like fucking beef on Fight Club when we were supposed to talk about like, are white women and black women better, or whatever, who's better, or whatever the topic was. You know, so I think that should be X'd out immediately. Like, unless it's like
basically getting sidetracked,
but more so like the like the personal gossip, unless it's like Fight Club or something where it's like meant to be like that.
Mhm.
But like when it's a panel where there's a certain topic and gentlemen or people are meant to be talking about that topic, and then all of a sudden people are talking about what somebody said on last night's panel about somebody else, like, come on, man.
Okay.
Because then it gets into the emotional realm and gets into all this stuff that's basically has nothing to do. And then all of a sudden, the things that could be productive, now we're sitting around for 3 hours talking about beef.
Okay, no doubt. So I got that. So what's some other suggestions that you have?
I don't know. I mean, are you specifically talking about your panels? Because I think pretty
Hey,
much people
great day,
conduct
Nurse
themselves.
Fancy. How you doing? Great day, Nurse Fancy. How you doing? Hey, Venus. No, not particularly my panels. I'm saying like a code of conduct for the brothers. So what I'm saying is that how can we tell who's a part of our tribe, not just on my panel, but just as a collective? How can we tell who's a part of our tribe or not? What's up, Bucket 88? Salute to you, family.
Whoever said the thing that sounded similar to like prospecting at an MC.
Appreciate you, man.
Who was that? The gentleman to my left or the gentleman to my right?
Oh, you talking about how to?
Oh, is that how to? What up, how
That's
to?
how to. Yeah, that's how to.
Okay.
What's
Yeah,
good?
how to, like what he said, basically kind of having a prospecting period.
Mhm.
You know, I think that's a good point. Like, you know, feeling them out, vetting the person. Yeah, all these different things that like you would do in real life.
Mhm.
You know, apply them in YouTube, because in real life, most of the time, some of these things happen on the panel. You wouldn't let just somebody go off on a tangent about something that's like personal or taking, you know, shaming tactics or whatever, right? You tell the brother, hey, let's stick to the topic. Let's talk about, you know, whatever it is. So I think How To Man had a good point about that. Kind of have like a prospecting period.
Makes sense. So that makes sense. Did you have anything else? So basically, you said
no, sir. That's it.
Don't get sidetracked and pushing basically personal YouTube beef agendas, right? And then also you was like vetting people, and it's important to vet people and see and make sure that they are part of your tribe and so forth and so on, right? So How To, I know you probably have some interesting ideas, and you're always full of ideas, and I respect that about you. I really love that about you, brother. So what's some code of conduct ideas that you have? And I'm gonna go to the email that Chris sent me in a moment and read some of these. But what's some code of conduct ideas that you have? You there? You there, How To? All right. Well, Chris, this is what Chris said. Chris sent me this. He said he left these codes simplistic. Since we're not all monolithic, I'll give people a chance to change or create their own language for their own tribes, right? No matter how it's translated, it will still resonate amongst the masses. Okay. Black people talk about staying on code. When someone asks, what's the code? They always say, I'll tell you in private. Those conversations never happen in private. This is what Chris is saying. So I decided to take it public. My team and others took these 3 days to come up with these codes. Feel free to make changes and make it apply to your tribe and community. Yo, shout out to Chris. I appreciate it. Chris says stability, structure, know your role, meaning your gender, and emotional control, prioritization. Yeah, now, yo, that's a big one. Prioritizing is a big one that we don't really talk about a lot. Yo, shout out to you, Christopher J, man.
That's facts.
Yo, prioritization is a huge one that we don't really talk about a lot. Image, money is a tool, safety, define your role, deal with all small conflicts in-house. That's what I said. I said the same thing. We said a lot of the same things, Chris. Live below your means, build net. So I guess he's talking about collective and group economics. I think that's important. What my man Black Manta say? Respect hierarchy, excuse me. OGs in the game, stop referring to men as old heads. Yo, that's a good point too. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you, Black Manta.
Facts. Salute to that.
So I guess he's talking about respect.
Being an old head or inherently make you an OG. I don't call every old nigga OG because some niggas ain't never did shit in their life. It's a lot of
Yeah.
That's
motherfuckers.
true.
Sorry, it's a
Wait,
lot.
come on, man.
It's a lot of people around
Yo, how to?
done in my life.
You good? You came
Yeah,
in and
I'm
out.
good now. Oh, my fault. I was saying, it's a lot of people in their 50s and 60s that haven't done half the things I've done in my life. You don't get the title of OG just by being old.
Mhm. That's
Facts.
fair.
That's
That's a
true.
good point.
That's
No
fair too.
argument there.
There's no
That's
argument.
true.
Hey, yo, but yeah, I don't think you necessarily have to call him old head, but you don't have to call him OG either. But yo, so he said, deal with small conflicts in house. I believe that. I believe you should deal with most conflicts in house. Build tools for habitual and effective communication. Yo, I want you, Christopher J, if you're still listening, I really would like for you to expand upon that one. The tools for habitual and effective communication.
Yo, may I say something about that one?
Yeah, sure.
Do you guys know this platform or this channel called Understanding?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, it's a brother, and he's a developer and a programmer. But
Mhm.
he basically, for his channel, he basically set up a whole basically an app and like a community where like his group, his tribe could go and kind of exchange information, do all this stuff. And there's like a lot of other things with the app than just communication. But that's just an example of somebody who because he has a pretty big following, so he took that and kind of brought it into the real world.
That's cool. That's cool. All right, cool. All right. So then he also said communicate for purposeful communication, not agreement. I understand that one. Y'all got that one. So he's saying basically when we communicate, we're not just trying to be an echo chamber, trying to be like on some just one voice type thing, but we're communicating to communicate effectively and to work together. He also said no weaponization of sex, unpleasant experience of previous trauma. Okay. Plan out the end game. That's very important. Health, motivation, support, love, respect, self-accountability, intentional. Never run from a tough situation. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna mute you. All right. Never run from a tough situation. All right. All right, Mo. Yo, you have a great day too, family. Peace. Never run from a tough situation. Never be afraid to isolate individuals. Live with no regrets. Keep family business at home. Okay. Conflict resolution. Keep it within the community. Oh, the opinion. Okay. Die on your post. What does that mean? What you mean by that, Chris? Die on your post. What do you mean by that? Black Manta said, nah, I just mean the ones who spit real game. I know what you mean though, how to. So when he's saying showing respect to the OGs, he's talking about just the people that spit real game. He already codifying what you're already saying how to. So he's saying that he don't call nobody that's not real OGs either. Yo, Chris, I'm curious, what does that mean down on your post? Like, what you mean by that? Family first, be cautious of the advice you receive, no doubt. Protect all of our women. That's interesting. I think some people will have a problem with that. Stop taking the lead from women. Okay, yeah, I definitely understand that. Let the weak men die. Let the
I
aggressive women die
wholeheartedly
alone.
agree with that one. Wholeheartedly agree with that.
Let the aggressive women die alone. Responsibility, high level respect for self, knowing your role in the world, accountability, responsibility, integrity. Be solution based, no doubt. Patience, grace, and understanding. Clarify your spiritual beliefs, self awareness, mindfulness, authenticity. Listen to understand, not to respond. Yo, we a lot of us we cover. Honor and revere your man. Oh, what's that, Chris? Chris said, a man is a protector. If you die for your tribe. Okay, I got you. What do you mean by honor? Are you talking to the women of the tribe to honor and respect their man? Understand and comprehend. Be mindful of how you pass trauma. Don't humiliate in public. See, that's what I was saying. Operate in respect and love. I definitely, yeah, because yo, the thing is like when you when you sit there and you critique and criticize people in public, a lot of people don't take that good or the right way.
That's how I
Yeah,
look at them. That's because they weak.
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Bravo Tech, salute to you. Yeah, that's what it said. Yo, Chris, what up, Chris? What's going on with you?
Hey, good morning, brothers. How y'all doing?
All right,
Good
yourself.
morning, man.
Great
Salute
day.
to you.
My bad. I know y'all had some questions. What y'all got?
Now, when I just wanted you to clarify, I die on your post, what that exactly meant.
A lot of men. What a lot of men would do. Well, let me use my words carefully. The narrative is a false narrative, but the narrative is a lot of men will leave their family behind and leave them unprotected. Never mind if that's true or not. Let's just pay attention to the narrative. If that is true, what men need to do is instead of running for the problem, you need to stay at home. You need to protect your family. You need to protect your wife. You need to protect your kids physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and financially. Physical protection is the easy thing. That's nothing. What about the mental protection, the emotional protection? Like you if you are in the LGBTQIA community, I mean, no offense when I say this, there's a lot of feminization of men out there, and that's due to the lack of protection that's not coming from home. There's a lot of women who are masculine. That's because the man is not at home. There's a lot of unruly women out there. That's because the man is not at home. And you can trace that back to the childhood of where it all originated from. And at the end of the day, that's still going to point back to the man. So one thing we're going to tell the man based off of that narrative, not facts, of course, but based off of that narrative, fellas, this is your king, your kingdom. This is your castle. This is your throne. If everything goes down, you go down with it. So instead of settling for failure, you need to start working for success. You need to start working towards a solution. That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
no
also,
doubt.
keep in mind, brothers, this is not the 9 to 5 coast things. This is not a me thing. This is a tribe thing. This is a community thing. A group of brothers and sisters as well has came together and we came up with these codes in the course of 3 days.
No
So
doubt.
trust me. So I do definitely don't want to take credit for this. There's a group of brothers and sisters who are for the community and want better for the community. We came together and we came up with 95 codes.
All right, no doubt. Hey, look, no doubt. That's what's up. So, did y'all have any questions or something? It sounded like you wanted to say something, Trucker. Hey, Mother J, how you doing today? How you doing, Mother J? Hey, listen, if y'all
No,
want your
I agree with
real
you.
quick, if y'all want your comments read, if y'all want your comments posted and read, hit the Cash App, show your love in the Cash App, $Israel Mills. Because we don't have super chat here, if you want your comments read and posted for the whole stream, you could do $Israel Mills. If you just, you know what I'm saying, like if you just want one comment read, just hit the $5 and put your name in the 4, and I'll post it and I'll read it. If you want like all your comments read for the whole stream, just hit me with the $20 in the Cash App, $Israel Mills, and I'll read all your comments for the stream and I'll put them up and read them. Okay. So that's because today we're not really doing booting people off. Even though y'all can if y'all really want to, but at the end of the day, we're not really doing that. So if you would show your love through the Cash App, $Israel Mills, or if you want to have your comments read like a super chat, go ahead and hit the Cash App, $Israel Mills, and put your screen name. Okay, but anybody else had anything else before we?
I know we just talking about men on the YouTube, but there was something that Chris said. I know that doesn't just consist of YouTube, but just on all purposes.
Mhm.
So there was kind of something that Love C said the last time where she was dropping gems, right?
Mhm.
Where even when the man is not home, you should be able to echo what your husband morals you should be able to echo your husband's morals and standards and principles even when he's not at home. So to Chris' point, just adding to his point, choosing the right woman to have kids with is very important. Also, very, 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 very important. Third,
Yeah,
probably the third most important thing that you can teach your kid or for any man.
I would say the second. I would say the second most important thing is
Well,
the spouse
the
that you
first one
pick.
is well, I would say the first one is God. The second one is purpose, right? And
Hmm.
then the third one is the woman.
Hmm.
That's why, because
That
technically,
makes
if it wasn't God wasn't there, it would probably be the second.
yeah. God is
So
definitely
that's how I
first.
look at it.
Yeah. God is absolutely first. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you there. If you put purpose, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense. But I do think that that is the single most determining factor of your success is the spouse or the mate that you choose. I really believe that.
facts.
I
Hmm.
really believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Facts on facts. All right, so where we at? We're at yo, so Chris, I wanted to ask a question. It was one in here about honor your and revere your man. That was for women, of course, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Understand and comprehend. Be mindful of how be mindful of how you pass trauma. Don't humiliate in public. Operate in respect and love. Be a diplomat to the community. Good conflict resolution. Organization, proactive and preventative. Gain control of your children. Be financially literate. Management of time and resources. Using your talent for community interests. Respect. Teamwork, workmanship. Conduct and participate in think tanks. Motivation, spirituality, resourcefulness. Be your sister's keeper. Okay, that's for women too. Recognize misandry and stand in solidarity with women. Okay, that's for women too. Protect yourselves at all times.
Oh,
Have
Izzy, let me get in here real quick because I know it's going to get confusion. With us coming up with this for 3 days, one thing you probably guys going to tell is in the first half, I'm talking to the men. There's going to be another portion where we're talking to the women, and the
okay.
final portion is when everybody comes together.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop there because it's almost at that point. Hey, look, so generational love. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't have. I'm not monetized yet, so I don't have. I don't have that yet. You got to be monetized to have the super chat. So yeah, KGY has a lot of stuff, but these are just ideas. KGY, I was just throwing out ideas and getting ideas from the brothers, and then we could put it in a more cohesive package. I think that really the code of conduct needs to be 10 things. Shout out to Marcus White. I believe he said that as well. Need to be 10 things. Mother J, thank you, Mother J. I appreciate you, Mother J. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, hold on real quick, Chris. Yeah, generational love. I appreciate it, but yeah, I don't have I'm not monetized yet, so that's the only way that all right, Princess, that's the only way that we're able to do it is to post. I appreciate you, Mother J. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, no doubt. Yo, salute to Marcus White. I was really hoping that he could get in on this conversation. Yo, thank you, Moses. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, no doubt. I got you. I got you, Moises. I'm gonna put it in the back chat. All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate the love. Thank you for the cash app, y'all. But yeah, this is the thing, right? So I really wish Marcus could have been here. Salute to Marcus White. You know what I'm saying? He was saying to like let's make it concise and let's make it 10 things that we can agree on. And I really wanted Sean, Rich Bully, Antonio to be here, Marcus White to be here, Mr. Let Go to be here, and the Angry Man to be here. I guess all of them had previous engagements, but I definitely what's up, B Magic? How you doing? American Gold Gollum LLC, how you doing? Proper preparation prevents piss poor performance. Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I got you, Moy. And Moy, you could always put your link in the chat too, man. Okay, no doubt. And I'm gonna put my email in the back as well. Yo, you could always put your links. Any of y'all that have channels, y'all more than welcome to put your links in the chat room. You know what I'm saying? Y'all support those brothers. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe, and you know what I mean. Show y'all love to those brothers as well. Moy, you
No, I
always
appreciate
welcome.
that.
Yeah,
I
no
can't
doubt
put the
about it.
link in right now because I'm in the StreamYard. But
Okay.
yeah, I appreciate that, Israel.
Yeah, no doubt about it, family. Let me see. I'm gonna put my in the back chat. Okay, y'all could go ahead while I'm doing this, man. What you want to say on it, Trucker? Chris, do you want to say something about it?
Real quick, you say Marcus White said we need to have 10 codes. Exactly what is he talking about? Because I think the community is not in position right now where it just needs to be 10 codes. Now, the reason why we did 95 codes is because we had a lot of people that want to chime in and put their takes into it.
Mm-hmm.
And now the 95 code is obviously going to be lessened because some of it might be repetitive, which is fine. But just to say we only need to have 10 codes, I could be wrong, but I don't think the community is at the point where we need to be 10 codes. Let's see what happens 20 years in the future when we're a well-oiled machine. But right now, I think 10 is not enough.
Well,
Well,
what he was talking about, and I'm gonna let you get in here after that, Trucker. What he was talking about was as far as us as a community, and not as a community, but us on YouTube first, and then spreading out. So 10 codes, like staunch things that we're gonna live by as a tribe on YouTube, and then to branch out into our homes, and then branch out into our community. So just somewhere to start that we could agree on. You know what I'm saying? Because 95, while I appreciate the work and I appreciate all you did, like my man KGY said, that's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot to take in. And today, when we're in this microwave society where people are, have short attention spans, like it's really got to be something clear, concise, and compact and compelling. And it's got to be short in order for them to really get it and digest it and take it forward. You know what I mean?
Let me offer some pushback with that, just slight pushback.
Yeah. And then Trucker get in here.
Right. Unfortunately, we are in a microwave. Excuse me. We are in a microwave society. Instead of going to Ruth Chris or Steak 48, we rather go to McDonald's because it's quick and easy.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's obvious which one is much more better for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I hear what everybody's saying, but eventually you're gonna have to leave the dollar menu and go get the real stuff. Eventually, if you want more, people want the best results for cheap. I understand that, but if you want the best, you gotta invest a little bit more time and knowledge and wisdom to get the results you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yo, be magic. Yeah, no doubt about it. I say that all the time. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's really, you know what I'm saying? The journey of 1,000 steps the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, and you eat an elephant one bite at a time. If you try to consume too much all at one time, Chris, you really don't get to consume it at all. But I want Trucker to get in here real quick, and then we go back to you, Chris. What's going on, Trucker?
So technically you could break it down to 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you really add shit up together,
mm-hmm.
it would consist of one word. Like,
right as you were saying the word, you got a call. Wait, what was
protection,
the word? Okay.
Right?
Trucker, come back.
Yeah, he got a call. Right?
No. So like I got a call. But for instance, protection, right? Mm-hmm. So when we say provide and protect, we're not just talking about damn it. I got important phone calls. So when we talk about provide and protect, we're not just talking about money and protecting the family, because there's more to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Absolutely.
when Chris was saying protection mentally, protect your woman's mindset, protect your kids' mindset, protect their emotions. You trying to provide knowledge and wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's just one. And if you really just add what everything is saying, it can be just that one word, just that one section that provide and protect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got the respect. Then you got the respect factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's more than just one section of respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Then you got consistency. which is very important for men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what we mean by consistency, it could be more than one. Consistency, like, yo, this dude, he been working uh 60, 70 hours for the past 3 years. You know, he's a hard worker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's consistent. And there's more different way. If he's consistent doing that, he's very consistent with everything else in his life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if you really like all these things that is writing down, if you really put them together, it could add up to just one little section. So the 10 things I see it could be done. It's just, you know, people got to take the effort. Okay, I got to take this call, y'all, because they
All
over
right,
here
man.
blowing up my phone.
Nah, it's not good,
Okay.
man. Okay,
I'm gonna meet you.
like I said, I can stand corrected.
Mm-hmm.
But when you say 10, I was like, I think we need to do a little bit more than 10. But I think I see where you guys are coming from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. So let me see. What were there any things? So from your perspective, from what you heard, what up, Dust? What's the deal, Dusto? How you doing, family?
Going on, dust as usual.
What's
How you
going on,
doing?
brother?
Hey, listen, this is not a this is more aligned with some of your ideals, right? This is not really a dusty conversation. Hey, salute, Reaper Rails. What's going on? 9876. How you doing, family? Yep. Nah. We ain't doing that today. Hey, listen. So Dust, what we're doing is we trying to come up with some edicts and some codes of conduct that we could come up with as brothers on YouTube that's aligned, and that we could you know, it could go into our own families and then into our communities and broader, but just some code of conducts. What say you on the subject matter, man? So this is a solution conversation, one that I know that you like, solution conversations.
Starting with expectations, you know it ain't gonna never happen, right?
Oh, but come on, but let's just say we can make it happen. Let's just say we can make it happen.
But
I
just
think it's
okay.
easier just to do
Wait,
for your own child. Oh, sorry.
hold on. Let's don't jump over Dusto. Let's just say we can't make
My
it
bad,
happen, Dust.
Dustin.
What you got to say, family?
If you could make it happen, there would be no conversations.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, people got it together, but let's be real. People don't know. Number one problem is communication. That's amongst men and men, women and women, men and women, women and men.
Mm-hmm.
They talk to each other crazy, but that comes from within. I mean, something's jacked up in their mind, in their subconscious mind.
Mm-hmm.
The thought had to get in there before it got out through the microphone. So
Okay.
something's wrong before they even clicked to come on the panel.
Okay.
Something's probably wrong in the household and whatever. So if you could have if everybody was on some kind of where they can have productive conversations, that would mean they don't have problems.
But that's what I'm saying is I'm not talking about everybody, right? We're saying like a select group, like the people who are like you, the people who are like me, the people who are aligned. We're aligned in a way, right? We're people moving forward. We're people that are trying to implement change. So we're not talking about everybody. We're talking about separation now. This is separating. We're separating ourselves. Go ahead. My phone going crazy.
Starts with leadership. It starts with the tone that you set. Meaning, for example, if I said I'm gonna start a fitness channel or something, and I say, this is the code, this is what this channel is. It starts with a foundation. This is what this channel is. This is what we're gonna do, and this is what we're gonna talk about. As it drifts off, you got to bring it back and say, we don't talk about that. We're only talking about this. If you do this, I got to drop you. That's to start with a tone. That's to start with some kind of order, and has to be documented in something. This is the channel that is for this. Just like, I'll throw an example. Security Boss's channel. Those she's a female. Marriage, Christian relationships, and whatever. Now, does it have to be 100%? No. Is there some commercial in there? Yes. But you know what to expect when you go on that channel. So therefore, the people who don't want to have them conversations don't go over to that channel. That's a start. And the consistency. It's the same. It's forms of the same thing most of the time. At least 80, 90% of the time, that's what the conversations are about. But I disagree. Communicate now. I want to go over this tribe. Every tribe member conduct themselves in the space accordingly.
the tribe has to be founded on something. For example, fitness tribe, marriage tribe, or let's be real, even the dust panels. They have a dust tribe. They're on dust code. The We Hate Women panels, they have we're on We Hate Women code, whatever it is, positive or negative. Has to be founded and grounded on something. But I'll leave it there. That's just a starting point.
That's what I said. It's easier to do on your own channel first
Just
than
came on.
expect like the whole of YouTube to do it or the whole of the community to do it.
Yeah, I just came on, so I missed what y'all said. Hey, Israel, you muted. Israel, you muted.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's definitely not the whole of YouTube or the whole of everybody that we're trying to reach. And I agree, Moises. It does start with your own channel. She said you do it every day in your life. You do it in the military and the corporate world. It can and will be done. That's what Princessa said. Okay, back to cramming on my script. Okay, salute to you, Princessa. Thank you.
Yo, Dusto.
But go ahead.
What's going on?
Dusto, what's up, man?
What's up?
I just had a quick question. Because we kind of saying the same thing. When you stick more on topic, you're saying you're gonna get more of the people who already vibe with that, right? So you have to like kind of be more like a dictator managing your panels.
I won't say dictator, I'll say influencer.
Not dictator, but yeah, you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
you gotta be, you might have to kick somebody off or do something instead of like pandering to like let people sidetrack.
Yeah, or I'm gonna say it. The highest form of influence, the highest form of leadership is influence. That's where, because it's you, because you say what you say, because you move how you move, people are willing to follow and go and get aligned, and they respect you in that way because of who you are. Then it's because of what you say, because of how you say what you say, versus a title, a subscriber count, or a bullying. If you don't do this, I'm gonna get you with a consequence. Fear mongering, inflicting some form of a negative consequence. Those should be last resorts. But also being some kind of a living example of what it is that you're talking about. Or be entertaining. Let's be real. Charisma leads. Communicate.
What was the last one? I didn't hear that. What was that?
Being a living example. Well, he said being a living example of what you talk about.
Yeah, or let's be real. Kevin Samuels was divorced twice. But he was still able to affect change because his communication was on like a 9 or 10 level. So he lacked what he had in one area and made it up in another. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Oh, I mean, that's some good stuff, man. You know, you could keep cooking. We're listening. That's some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm also multitasking. But
okay, cool. No problem. I appreciate you sharing. I appreciate you coming up sharing. Chris, did you have any pushback? Did you had any questions or anything that you wanted to add to it?
No, I think Dusto pretty much hit it on the edge. So everybody's moving in the right direction.
No doubt. Let me see. She said, Princessa said, "That's the Dusto I know. Speak, sir."
Hey, my alter ego
listen,
still awake. Don't get it twisted.
Hey, listen. Again, today we're not so much doing the booting people off thing. You know, shout out to Aaron O for that concept. Today, if you want your channel, because I'm not quite monetized yet, if you want your comments read and you want them posted, hit the Cash App, $ Israel Mills, and I will read your comments. Listen, if you just want one comment read, just hit the 5 spot and put your screen name, and then I'll just read that one comment. If you want your comments read the whole stream, then hit the 20 spot, $ Israel Mills, and I'll put your comments up and read them, you know, every comment that you put up there. Okay. But this conversation is really more of a little more serious conversation I usually have. And it is the state of the community, so to speak, but in response to the code of conduct. So Marcus White, shout out to Marcus White. I haven't seen that brother in a minute. Yo, miss you, brother, and pray you're doing well. Hopefully we can dialogue soon, converse, and definitely chop it up on this, because you were one of the ones that said that we need to have that. Also, brother Sean, Rich Bully Antonio, and then last night, shout out to Mr. Let Go, and shout out to the Angry Man that was having this conversation. So definitely would like for us to come up with some things, have some suggestions. I'm writing this stuff down, as offers to the conversation, to maybe a bigger, broader conversation that we may have later. You know what I mean? So what is y'all take as far as group economics, as far as being able to pool our money together to make something happen? What is y'all take on that?
I think this is a great platform for that.
What are some suggestions or some ways that you think that we could practice that, where we could not
People already
only
doing it.
basically
Let me
hold each other accountable, but be able to have an agenda with the funds, to put the funds together, to be able to affect some change and really make some things happen?
People already doing it with the panels. Like
let me
when you have,
my bad, go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, when you have certain panels, you could set it up in a way where everybody involved benefits, and maybe you divvy it up into a pool, and you say, hey, at the end of the year, excuse me, we're all going to take a trip to Egypt with this money, or
That's an interesting suggestion. Okay, what y'all say, Chris? Hey, B Magic, you could since you're new to the panel, do you mind camming up, brother?
I'm at work, but
Oh, okay, you're at work too.
if it has to be a requirement, I can do it.
Okay, yeah, nah, I don't want to get you in trouble at work, family. You good. You know what I'm saying? I recognize that y'all are at work, but yeah, go ahead. It just makes the it makes the content a little better. But go ahead, you good. What was you gonna say, Chris? And then I want to let B Magic get in here.
I know, say heads up. If y'all give me like 10 or 15 minutes, I'll cam up, and just not where I'm at right now.
No, I got you. You good.
Let me tell y'all what happened at my job a couple months ago. One of my guys told me we was patrolling a synagogue. He was drinking coffee or whatever the case may be. I'm just outside chilling. He told me what happened. He said one of the members of the congregation put him aside because he had a 7-Eleven cup. Hey, he's drinking the coffee, and they got on him about that. And I'm thinking, okay, no drinking around on property. What is it? They're like, oh no. They said they didn't want to see a 7-Eleven cup inside of their synagogue because it's not kosher. 7-Eleven is not owned by a Jewish company. And so they only want to see Jewish-owned products, merchandises on their property. So even with it, that goes for anything, including the pizza that they always order. There's a place in Houston. It's called Kosher's Pizza. They only order for that because I remember somebody tried to come to our door and try to say, "Hey, somebody order Pizza Hut," and we knew it was a suspicious person because Pizza Hut's not owned by a Jewish company. It's not a Jewish company, and also we know what pizza they order, so we know this was a setup. So, but in the back of my mind, I was thinking to myself, I wish Black people moved the same way. So with that being said, everybody know. For those who know, they know I'm doing an initiative called Keep It 100, where I spend $100 with a Black-owned business every month. I did it for January with Real Clothing. February was Marathon Clothing Store. Last month was the IU. And for this month, I gave $100 to Cheeky and Sway regarding Fight Club. So one thing I want people to start doing is just look at what you use on a day-to-day basis. See if there's a Black owner of that. If there is, go support. And if you can, and you trust the service, the product, and that type of stuff, why don't you replace it with a Black-owned business that meets your demands, and start from there. So, in the Jewish community, it's called keeping its culture. They only rock with Jewish-owned companies. Black people do the same thing, but with
That's some
Black
good
people.
stuff.
Yeah,
That's some good stuff.
I'm gonna get a big break.
Let my man. What'd you say, Dust?
Oh, go ahead, Norder.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
jumping.
Oh Oh no, go ahead, be magic. What's going on, family? How you doing, man?
Hey, how y'all doing, gentlemen?
We
What's the
good. We
gentleman
good.
that
And
just
you?
got done talking? What's his name?
That's
My name
Christopher
is
J. That's
yeah,
Okay,
my name is
Christopher.
Chris,
Chris.
Christopher. So I'm just gonna like piggyback off of what he's saying. A lot of the things that should be implemented is already a blueprint print from other cultures that have been established. The problem is, what is our culture? Do we understand what our culture is? Because we have so many different variables of people want to portray our culture to be. What is our culture? We have to have some type of foundation as a people first to implement that culture to have um, the pride and be willing to support each other off of. Um, I was just watching a video of a young lady going through a Black Heritage Festival, but it was all African type ornaments there, which is cool. But is that the culture that we want to portray ourselves to be? Are we African or are we American? Because when we go to these festivals, I don't. It's hard to see the uh, uh, the American um, historic factor at a lot of these festivals. I mean, what are we? What is our culture? It's easy to have a blueprint to follow the blueprint if we have a foundation for our culture. I'm trying to get us to bring up the conversation about culture. I know that we are a people, but what is our real foundation?
Mhm. I think to answer your question, be magic, which is a poignant question. Let me read this first, and then so to answer your question, Jones and for more, actually last night on Angry Man's channel, the Angry Man and Mr. Let Go had a conversation about code and basically coming up with a code, right? Um, a black man that said, speaking of chaos, another thing is for people to give credit to people's content. Don't just take someone's stuff and repeat it like you came up with it. Yo, that's a great point. Yo, shout out to you, Black Manta. That's a great point. I think sometimes though, what in all fairness, right? What I've noticed, even with myself, and y'all probably have heard me do it before. I say, yo, someone much smarter than me said, I can't remember exactly who it was. I want to give them credit. So I think even if you do that, because a lot of times if you read a lot of books like I read, or if you read a lot of books like I read, no doubt, Moy. If you read a lot of books like I read, or if you consume a lot of content, sometimes that stuff gets jumbled up. You know what I mean? Sometimes that stuff gets a little jumbled up. So even if you can't remember exactly who said it, if you know that you got it from somewhere, if you say, "Hey, someone much smarter than me, or somebody else said this, but I want to give them credit. I don't remember exactly who." Something to that effect kind of gives a little homage to the people that created it. But to answer your question, Be Magic, I think in regards to what is our culture and are we African or are we American, that's a much larger question, right? I think that if if we come up with a code of conduct amongst ourselves or at a smaller group on more of a micro level, then going outward, we could, you know what I'm saying, we could answer those questions. But I think that it's important that we find our tribe, so to speak, and our people that align with us, right? And that are going the same direction we're going in. And then from there, we can implement culture and we can implement a concise idea of who we are, what we are, and where we're going. Does that make any sense?
Right.
Or what
Yeah.
say y'all to that?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I was just referring to what he was saying about the Jews. They have a culture. They have
Mhm.
something that's embedded in them. It's one thing to have a group of like-minded people, and then it's something deeper to have a belief system and something that's greater than your thought process. If that
Mhm.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's something we got to agree that that's something that's been indoctrinated in them and through them from birth, from generation to
Exactly. Yeah.
generation to generation.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference when it comes to us
That's the
that
difference.
are black or so-called black in America. You know, we don't really have that. So we do need, like you said, to your point, Black Magic, we do I was B Magic, I'm sorry. We do need to start adding that, you know, implementing that in our own lives and going forward, if that makes sense. But yo, Black Manta said, and that's why I mixed it up. Black Manta said, right. And yes, I've heard you do that. You would at least shout them out to whoever said that. No doubt, no doubt. Hey, yo, listen, if y'all want your comments read, or if you just want to show some love, hit the Cash App, $Israel Mills. I'll read your comments. You know what I'm saying? I'll post them up and read them your comments through the stream because we don't have super chat. So this is a way of getting your super chat in through the Cash App. All right. Dust, it sounds like you want to say something on the matter. What say you, Dusto?
Trying to go light on it, but this fictional code, people said no. A few things that when I actually do almost talk serious, the few things I say is first take care of yourself, your fitness, your brain, your attitude, your positivity, your pockets. And you should have, I mean, in real life, you should have something to show or be working on something to show. Most of the people, they said, no, we're not going to do it. But then they come and they ask for something. And then they say, those are the ones who do the most talking and saying what kind of code should be. And also, I'll say this was not too favorable. Most of the so-called leaders are initiating and promoting the very bad behavior that they're complaining about and profiting off of it. If it was so great, you would see change already being affected by the leaders. But instead, you see the so-called leaders and people who follow, they're getting angrier, they're getting fatter, and they're getting dustier.
Well, to that point, well, how about we become a Hydra? How about we don't really look so much to the leaders, but like you said, we take self-accountability, we have self-awareness, and we work on ourselves and we build ourselves up and then work after.
I gotta answer this, I'll be back.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna say
Chuck.
that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what's going on? My bad, is.
No doubt. Go ahead, B Magic.
That's the number one poison to the community: accountability, self-accountability. People want to talk action, but they don't want to do the action. They don't want to implement a lot of things. They just want to be, and they rather be victims instead of conquerors. And
that is a fucking fact right there.
Wait. Hey, Trucker, we're gonna try to work on those F bombs. We're not doing no F. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My apologies, people. I'm learning.
Yeah, I just highlighted. I have a group of young black boys listening in. I'm about to add some black men into this listening session. So young black boys.
And that can be an example in itself. Etiquette. I mean, we want our children in the community to be productive and, you know, be out here amongst the public and act a certain type of way. But in our own households, we don't even have etiquette. We're not teaching the etiquette. A lot of us, not everybody, but a good number of people. So that being said, it's like the accountability. It's like poison to a lot of people, especially in certain environments. They just don't want to take accountability. You talk about reading a book, it's almost like you hit them with the cross and it's an exorcism. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, that's crazy. And it starts true. Wait, hold on. It's crazy. It starts at a young age because my son, as brilliant as he is, he's 9 years old.
Yeah.
And when I tell him go get a book, he act like it's a punishment. I tell him all the time, I said, son, This is not a punishment. This is for your development. Readers are leaders, man. And you could go anywhere and travel anywhere within a book. A book could take you places that you never seen in your life. A book can help you get to places that you never thought you could get to. So, but you also can get trapped in the pages of a book. So you want to read the right book and you want to read the right things that's going to elevate you and that's going to, you know what I'm saying, elevate your circumstances, situation. But absolutely,
definitely, you gotta take everything into a strategic type of thought process. Yeah, there's a lot of books, but which ones are the right ones?
That's right. Hey, Jones for more. Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about solutions, Jones and for more.
So,
yeah. Yeah, we're talking solutions. Absolutely.
So how do
So
we
yeah.
get people? How do we get people's mindset to change? That's the solution, is to capture their mind. How do you get people from being uh, victims? How do you get them to being, because it's easy to be a victim. It's easy to be lazy. It's easy to be non-productive. It's easy to be those things. You can have a code of conduct, but to get that code of conduct implemented on a mass scale, that's the hard part. How do you get people to
Well,
latch on?
it's not really hard. I would say it's not hard. It's just you got to save the ones that's trying to move in that direction. You get what I'm saying? And we can tell when you like you here to learn. You get what I'm saying? And then the ones that come here to troll.
Mm.
So the ones that I say that troll, or the ones that's not trying to listen, the women, the ones that always come up with an excuse. Well, it's always an excuse. Or every dude that's out here trying to blame women instead of taking accountability. Yo, cut them off, throw them to the side. Give the knowledge to the ones that want to move forward. Like we got to understand that us as men, like right now, what we do right now is pretty much done. So what we need to do, as like what we're talking about right now, is give it to the younger generation, or the younger ones that's right below us, or the ones that's willing to learn. That's what I'm willing to say. That's what I'm willing to save. You get what I'm saying? Instead of continue trying to waste time and trying to get people to open up their ears, because most of these people that don't want to open up their ears, it always take them in their 50s to learn what it really was. You get what I'm saying?
Better,
Right.
better late than never. But yeah, but I
True
think I
that.
think this is the thing. Real quick, Chris. I think this is the thing, right? If we get together, right? Let's just say us four right here. We start a group, right? Even though it's going to be more than us four, but let's just say us four, for example. We start a group, and we're clear, we're concise, and we're compelling with our mission. Shout out to Steve to Chris Gardner. I got that from Chris Gardner in his book Start Where You Are. Yo, shout out to him.
Chris
But let's
Gardner.
say,
Shout out to Chris Gardner.
yeah, no doubt. Let's just say that we're clear, we're concise, and we're compelling. We're consistent with what we have. He has the 5 C's, and this is the things that we're doing, right? And we're moving forward, and we're moving in a direction. What happens is, as our lives change before the people, as we become a shining example of what could be done before the people, then as we go forward and as we move forward, then people are going to want to be more like us. And as people want to be more like us, it's going to galvanize, and more of our tribe is going to come. And so that was the question I was asking about, how do you tell your tribe? But my answer was, which I never gave it, is by being the best that you could be, by being the best example that you could be. And I think Anton is really, for everything that anybody has to say about Anton, I think Anton Daniels, shout out to him, is a really good example of it. By him doing him and being aligned with the things that he has going on, it attracts more people, and it attracts more people, and it attracts more people, to the point where he said that his Patreon is larger than it's ever been. And I think that that's the thing. Like, as we go forward, as we're moving forward, as we're progressing, you take a small group of people, you affect change within that small group of people. And as that change elevates and go forward, it attracts more people to it and more people to it. The only thing is, as we're moving forward, we just have to make sure that we're solid in our stance. We're solid in our continuity, and then we're moving forward. What say you, Chris?
Facts.
Nah, good point, brothers. And what I was gonna say to piggyback off the Truckee Yale, I learned this the hard way a long time ago. As a hero, you can't save everybody.
Exactly.
You're gonna have to learn to live with the pain that the person that could be the most valuable, that could be the most educational, that could be the most influential, is gonna have to rest in peace. You're gonna have to lead them there. Her, him, whatever the case may be. Everybody's not going to be on the same path that you're on, and they're not going to be on the same. There's black people on here. Would it be YouTube? Would it be Clubhouse? Would it be outside the community? They're not for the black community. They don't care. People have came on plenty of our platforms and say, they don't care about the black community. To each his own, I guess. I understand. But at the same time, don't come over here poisoning what I got going on, or else I'm going to have to go to extreme measures and eliminate you altogether. Because there's something I see in these children that you're trying to manipulate, and you're trying to continue a false narrative that we have been burdened of hearing for decades now. So some people are going to have to fail, and some of those people you're going to have to turn your back on them and continue to move on the path that God has you going, and don't regret a single thing. Don't regret a single situation. Don't regret any decision that you make as a man. So gotta live without regrets. You're gonna have to let some people go and go to sleep that night and wake up the next morning and do it all over again.
Well, see, Chris, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people can't do. A lot of people ain't mentally strong like that. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna just say it because sometimes the people that you need to cut off can be your own parents, or it could be your own auntie, or your own cousin, or your own niece, nephew. You know what I'm saying? Your whole. It could be your people that you've been surrounded by your whole entire life, and then when you finally come to the realization, when you finally come to your realization, you
Damn,
like,
son, where'd you find this?
like, damn. So when like for my instance, like, yo, when I expressed the things that my mother was doing, people was looking at me crazy, like, yo, this dude just ain't got no respect for women. And it's like, no, dude. It took it took me having kids, a wife, and seeing how my kids was being treated by not just my mother, but my sisters. You get what I'm saying? So then when I started telling the truth, it was a problem for them. Because I kept telling them, like, listen, we not in the hood no more. We live in Dallas now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to move forward. I'm trying to build. I'm trying to show a different lifestyle. I don't want them to see the bodies I done seen or car fires, all that. I don't want them to see none of that. Yo, you as a mother supposed to be an example for my daughters. But you out here still running the streets. And you got your daughter, the other daughters over here acting this way. So when I say something to them, it's a problem, right? But when they say something to me, it's not. So I had to did that shit. Like I had to cut them out. Fuck, I even had to cut my dad out because my dad was support. Oh, excuse my language. My dad, excuse my language, people. My dad, which who gave me the game, wasn't following that game either. You know what I'm saying? Like he was, like he wasn't trying to tell his daughters the truth. He was just letting them do whatever they want to do. And I'm like, Dad, listen, it's these dudes is not playing. These dudes is out here moving a certain way now, and they not playing this game with these women. It's not the same. They're not. It shouldn't have been like that in the first place. But because these are your daughters, you leading them down to be crippled. And he wasn't trying to hear. He just wanted to let it go. So I had to cut him off too. So a lot of people can't do that.
And ladies and gentlemen, Trucker Yell is a man's man, a leader. You'll never know if you're built for this until you're ready to cut off your loved ones who are moving in the wrong direction, in the direction that you don't have planned for your family, the tribe that you're in charge of. I have let go plenty of friends and family members because of that. You're not going to poison my son. You're not going to influence my wife in the way that's going to affect my household. So I salute to you, brother.
Yeah, yo, no doubt. Hey, definitely. And this is the thing, right? Yo, they say that just because someone's in your family, right? That peace to you, James. What's up, saying insane one? Yo, just because someone's in your family does not mean that they're in your tribe. You know what I'm saying? We have to realize that just because someone
Facts.
is in your family does not mean that they're in your tribe, because really you can't help who your family is, but you choose who's in your tribe or who's not in your tribe. You feel me? So and some people are like Tyler Perry says, some people are in your lives for seasons, reasons, or a lifetime. Now, how they how they prostrate in your life is up to them. It's up to how they are performing in your life, right? And of course, if someone is valuable to you and they're working with you and they want to see you winning and they want to see and you want to see them winning, y'all working together, of course you're going to have them around, right? There would be no reason why you wouldn't. At the same time, if they're detrimental to you, if they're not helping you move forward, if they're actually pulling you backwards, if they're actually working against you, of course you're not going to want to be connected to them or aligned to them, right? Because you can't, like I said before, you cannot help who's in your family. Your family is a happenstance on this earth, but your friends and your tribe, you choose them. You choose your tribe and you choose your friends.
Yeah, that's a fact, dude. Like I could have originally, technically, I was supposed to move to Las Vegas. You get what I'm saying? But she convinced me to come down to Dallas. We down here in the joint. So, all right, cool. Moved everybody down there, no problem. Get down there, and it's a different thing. Don't get me wrong. Now, I love Dallas, but it's just sad the fact that I had to cut so many people off to the point where it's like I don't have no family at all. I should be able to take my kids over to their grandmother's house or their granddad's house. I should be able to invite all my family members to the barbecue. But every time I do that, it's a problem.
But look, we
You know what
don't
I'm saying?
as men, trucker, I want to encourage you. We don't operate off of shoulds and woulds and coulds. We operate off of what is. That's part of having that logical mindset that everybody's talking about. We don't,
Hmm.
and I'm sorry that you're going through that. At the same time, there's no shoulds and woulds and coulds with men, right? You know what I'm saying? It's what it is, and we look at things for what it is, and then we create
Hmm.
what we want it to be. If that makes sense, right? We look at
Right.
things how it is, but then we work to create how we want things to be.
Okay.
So
Got you.
while I can identify with what you're saying, and I'm sorry that you're going through that, I want to encourage you that it's no should, it's only what is, and then you work to create whatever circumstance or situation that you want in your life. You know what I'm saying? While you cannot change your parents, you could get around other people who could be a support system who align with your ideals of views and values that might be a better for your children or better in a better place. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing now. That's why I have conversations with my OG and his wife. You know what I'm
Miss
saying?
Arissa says
Salute.
she'll be your kid's grandma. Miss Arissa got you. She says she'll be your kid's grandma.
But yeah, it's just that's what I'm doing now, man. That's why I wanted not just the acres of land, because eventually I'm gonna get old. Me and my wife is gonna get old, and like I told my kids earlier, I don't want y'all taking care of me or y'all mom. Y'all go live y'all lives. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to enjoy y'all lives. Don't expect it. I'll be next door or whatever it is, and y'all can bring y'all kids over and all that other shit whenever y'all want. You know. So that's what I'm working on, man. I'm working on my own thing. That's all. Just like every other man should.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
the
thank
same
you,
thing.
Jill's. Thank you, Jill's Chocolate Boutique. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Chris. My bad.
No, so that's the same thing my dad said. Because you hear people saying, when I get older, I'm gonna buy my mom a house, I'm gonna get her a car, I'm gonna pull out the hood and that type of stuff. My dad said this: as long as you keep God in your heart, you ain't gotta do nothing for me. Don't worry about no house. I got my own house. Don't worry about buying me a car. I got cars. Don't worry about any other stuff. He's like, I'm a grown man. I don't need your money. I'm good. If you really want to do me a favor, all the things that I taught you, make sure you implement them to your children, and let that cycle continue. So I feel
And
Chucky on that.
No
and
doubt.
and
Hey,
the
Miss
word
Arissa said, oh, real quick, B Magic, and I'm gonna let you go after this. Miss Arissa said kids will take care of you though, but I would add this caveat. If you're a good parent, kids will take care of you. That if
I
you're a
mean, that's
good
true.
parent to your kids will take care of you. I want to add that caveat. Yeah, no doubt, Malika. There is no try. It's only do or die. No doubt. It is no try. It's only do or die. I
Hey,
agree a
hey, I
thousand
like
percent.
that. I
and
like
and
that.
that and I was
Hey,
that's
what's
what I
what's
was about to
go
go
ahead, B
into.
Magic.
The
Go ahead,
word
fam.
should. The word should is an entitled word. In nature, there is no should. There is like do or die. It's like oh, the meat should come to me. No, you have to actually go out there and get that meat. So it's an entitled term. Only people that walk around talking about things should be a certain way is people who feel like they're entitled for things. Like they feel like things have to be a certain way for them to come in existence. If we were in nature, we would never have that term because things are the way that they are. There is no should.
So should we excommunicate that word? Like I can't.
It's, yeah, it's like I can't or you can't
Yeah,
do
we don't
something.
say that. We
Yeah,
Mm,
or afford.
it's,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I never talk about what I can or can't afford. I never say that. Like, because
Mm-hmm.
words have power. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like Cheeky,
yeah.
shout out to Cheeky Panther. Always, he's always defining the words, but that's because words have power and words have meaning. And when you sit there and they call it spelling for a reason. Think about that. Think what else is
Mm.
called
Yeah, yeah.
spelling. You know what I'm saying? They call it
It's,
that
there's
for
a,
a reason. So words matter.
there's def,
Absolutely, words do matter.
there's definitely a level of energy that comes from words of vibrational tones. When you say certain things, it automatically triggers a different mindset just by you saying a certain type of word subconsciously. You wouldn't even realize it. Yeah. So
Yo, you know how deep it is? The Bible says in the beginning was God, and the word was with God, and the word was God. So that's how the Bible breaks it down. That's how crazy. And then when he tells the creation story, it also says that God said, God said, God said, God said,
mhm,
God said.
yeah.
God said about 6 times, and on the seventh time he rested. But you know what I'm saying? It was the word, it was the spoken, the logos is what they call it. You know what I'm saying? That spoken word that brings into manifestation. It's the thought, then it's the speech, then it's the manifestation. You know what I'm saying? And so we have to be cognizant of these things and understand that's how things work in the universe. You know what I mean? So I'm always now some people might say, oh, well, Israel, you contradicting yourself. No, 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 because they'll point out that, oh, Israel, you always say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You always say that you let people say whatever they want to say. Right, I do. But like Aaron O said, I think, the First Amendment to the Constitution is free speech. But the Second Amendment to the Constitution is the right to bear arms. So sometimes you have to
Mm-hmm.
protect that speech. You know what I'm saying? There are
Mm-hmm.
consequences to the things that we say. Don't get it twisted. Just because I say you should be able to say whatever you want to say, I do identify and recognize that there's consequences to saying certain things and putting certain things in the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You have to understand that. You know what I mean? The law of reciprocity, the law of compensation, the law of cause and effect. You feel me?
That's a fact.
Yeah. So that word should, that's a dangerous word. That's a
All right.
dangerous word.
So that's the excommunicated. We all decided.
Thank you,
So
Terrell. I appreciate that.
Because it can be a delusional word because of reality is perception. And if you allow that word to become part of your reality, then that's dangerous.
yeah, I now that you're breaking it down like that, I could definitely get what you're saying. Kind of like feminism.
Yeah,
Because
no
it's
doubt.
like,
Hey, shout
oh,
out. Hold on real quick. Shout out to my people, Terrell. Right. That said facts. He said, my man is what up, Terrell. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Go ahead, B Magic.
because there's a lot of people out there saying, I should get this job. Okay, you didn't get the job. Now what?
Yep.
That word should is turning you into a victim. You didn't get
Mhm.
the job. I don't care what the reason is or the excuse. Now what? You are in
That's
charge of your own destiny. You are a
That's right.
conqueror. Now what?
That's why I
yeah.
love that poem Invictus. But yo, let me give
Yeah.
Terrell for this cash app. I appreciate you. Hold on real quick, y'all.
Fine, no matter what the situation, I'm just trying to climb. Got sick of a nigga face.
Yo, thank you again for the cash apps, y'all. I appreciate that. Listen, if y'all want your comments read, out loud, you know what I'm saying? Put the cash app, hit the cash app, $ Israel Mills. You know what I'm saying? And I will put your cash app. I'll put your comments up and read it. Mr. Arista said facts. Let me see who's this in the back. Yo, Mr. Alignment, what's going on, Mr. Alignment? What's the deal with you, Mr. Alignment?
What's up, man? I'm
How
chilling
you
today.
doing? You ain't trolling today, Mr. Alignment? What's going on?
I just hopped on. What's the topic, man? I seen Iz got the notification. I clicked in.
Yeah.
Code of
We just
conduct.
Can you hear me? Iz?
yeah. I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Code of conduct to what? I apologize.
Just creating a code of conduct within the community. You know what I'm saying, and making it happen, or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? As far as how we're gonna move forward and how we're gonna conduct ourselves as men and men in the community. You heard?
Oh, that's fair. Can we add impulse control in there? The
Yeah,
lack of impulse
absolutely.
control.
Absolutely. Impulse control is absolutely a good one.
Men
What you
have
mean
been
by that?
very the lack of impulse control. Y'all quick to react. If we speaking on just these panels or in real life?
Well, we
Period.
talking about from you. Well, no, but we're talking about from YouTube and then going out. So first within the code of conduct of how we're gonna behave in these YouTube streets, and then going outwards. You know what I mean?
I mean, in real life, I sense a lot of black men are very respectful, genuine, helpful dudes. I don't really get what I see on YouTube. I don't get that in real life, so it's really hard for me to, put the two together. In real life, black men are dope, man. Like they real helpful. They quick to network, everything. So this YouTube shit makes black men look weak, but in real life, black men are strong. Like in my circle, and when I go to these establishments and all of that type of stuff, I don't get what y'all do on YouTube. I don't get that in real life.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah, so
shout
like
out to
far as
you
in the
and your
YouTube,
circle.
I get
yeah,
it
I mean,
both ways.
I don't really get disrespect from. Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry. I know it might be anecdotal, but I don't. I mean, as we talking about the young boys is very disrespectful. But I'm speaking of dudes my age that's 30 and up. They way more cognitive and in order and got structure and stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm proud of it. I don't want to
Well,
go on. Y'all,
it's not just the disrespect part that we talking about. We talking about how men conduct themselves. Period. Like a lot of dudes, they put on a persona like they this man, and they not. They out here being hypocrites. They asking these women to follow them because they so called leaders, but then they really not leaders. They peons behind the stage and stuff like that.
All right, Chris.
Um,
I appreciate you, fam. Thank you, Chris.
we also talking about dudes being very. We talk about dudes being consistent, not just on not just in YouTube, but consistent on the streets also. It's a lot of things that we've been talking about like for these couple of hours, so that's all we're
Yeah,
looking at.
no doubt about it. Go ahead, B Magic. What you wanted to get
I
in
was
there?
gonna, I'm gonna give a little. I was listening to Chris and what's the trucker gentleman up there,
Mr. Alignment, Mr. Alignment.
Mr. Alignment, and they was talking about how leaving the ones that's not gonna get on the program behind,
Hmm.
and I can understand that logic, right? But I think that narrative has always been the narrative, and that's not gonna fix the trauma that we truly have as a whole community because of the simple fact. Um, once it's hard to go back, right?
Hmm.
The trauma still will be there. This is like surgery, right?
Hmm.
So you can put a band-aid on something, but until you truly deal with the real traumatic part of that ailment,
Hmm.
it's always going to be there.
Hmm.
So unless we truly deal with the mindset and the beliefs of the community as a whole,
Hmm.
that ailment will always be there. And it's harder to go back and deal with those ailments. I'm gonna be honest, once you get yourself situated. Because
What
once you
what
get
what
your
makes you wait? Hold on, Trucker. Yeah, what makes you say that? I'm
Hold
curious of
on.
what makes you say that.
because
One
it's
second,
like
Trucker. I'm gonna mute you real quick. Go ahead.
there's individuals that try and they do stuff for the community as a whole, But as soon as something occurs that the community doesn't agree with, right? They're the devil. They're the enemy. But those certain individuals that are in their communities, right, that are the true devils or the true enemy, they ain't get no smoke. Robert Smith was writing checks for Morehouse students. Soon as something came down the line, what he said or how he operated, the community backlashed on him quick, fast, in a hurry. Anton is getting that type of drama right now. He's so hard for the community, but as soon as he speak up against something that he believes in for another individual, oh, he getting backlash. So that's what I'm saying. It's harder, and you're putting your family and your situation in jeopardy once you elevate yourself. You know, if that's making any sense. So it becomes harder once you know. So I'm saying if you're in the community, be in the community, and yes, we could put band-aids on stuff all you want, but it's still not dealing with the ailment. For I don't know how many decades we've always had that narrative, help the ones that want to be helped. But that still didn't. Yes, obviously, if they seeking out the help is going to be there. But we still got to deal with the ones. I'm a soldier. I retired from the Army.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. But that culture and other racial cultures, they don't have that type of mentality. We leaving people behind. They gonna fight tooth and nail for those people to get on board until they're a lost cause for real.
What would you say? And I'm just curious, and just a little pushback. What would you say to the people that give you the example of the elite white people versus trailer trash, or what they would call so-called trailer trash, or what they would call so-called hicks, rednecks, so forth and so on?
Right.
So, because it seems like, and I'm not in either of those communities. At the same time, it does seem like they definitely ostracize those people and definitely alienate those people and do not rock with them at all.
Right. And I'm gonna say yes and no.
Okay.
Their communities are like totally. They're similar, but they're not the same. It's like people can be similar, but nobody's the same, right? So in their communities, they do ostracize them, but they don't totally let them go either. They still showing up when somebody get married. You know what I'm saying? They still have members in their family that do well, and they still do look out for them. You know what I'm saying? They just don't have them like in their life 100%. When I was when I had soldiers, I had all different types of nationalities and racial different diversity under my tutelage, right? So I had this one soldier, right? And he was of Caucasian descent. And I would ask him, I'm like, you grew up in this neighborhood? It's like the hood. But then he would also tell me about his relatives, and when he leaves the state, he gets to go to Colorado, and he does stay with his relatives, and he does go to ski resorts. His favorite activity when he's not in Fayetteville, North Carolina, is to go snowboarding, and they live a different type of culture still. He is shunned away from that family. He can't go there and live with them. They will never have him go there and live with them. But they still look out for one another. You know what I'm saying? They don't totally it's the same thing in the Asian community. They don't totally let go of their people. They do look down upon them, and they shame them, but they still don't totally let them go the way that we just kind of like let our folks go, like the way we let them go. It's like,
that's an interesting point. Hey, listen. So Black Manta said, then one would ask, can the whole entire community be saved? But I would add this to, I would say, how can the entire community be saved? So that's the question. How do you believe the entire community can be saved? Shout out to you, Black Manta.
And you gotta go back on terminology. The word whole. No,
the entire
whole.
He said entire.
Yeah.
He said entire, but
Oh, I thought you said whole. Okay.
I said whole. He said
okay.
entire.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let's go
all
with
right,
entire.
Yeah.
Can the entire
no
community?
No community is entirely saved. So we can deaden the situation that we are in dramatically, but we can't No community. I don't care which community you bring up, they got their ills.
Mm, that makes sense. Hey, so shout out to KGY. KGY says some fools need to be reacted on. Isaiah Jr. said, my code of conduct, man, we gotta listen before we speak. I like that, Isaiah Jr.
Yeah.
My brother KGY be tripping, man. What you talking about, KGY, man? Why fools need to be reacted on, KGY? What's up with that, family? But so this is where it is, right? So I think that we've come up with a lot of good, solid solutions, things that, of course, we didn't reinvent the wheel, we didn't create
Right.
anything out of the osmosis and make anything up. You know what I'm saying? Nothing new under the sun. Whatever's been, whatever it is, has already been done, as King Solomon said, and as Nas has coined, right? So with that said, you know, I think that we come up with some pretty good things. At the same time, now it's time for the implementation, I guess, to really make it more concise, make it more compact, you know what I mean, and make it something that we can, you know, implement is digestible, and then be consistent with it, and then it will spread out. So that's the thing I would say to you, B Magic. I think that it takes people. So they talk about a lot. I don't know if you heard the story about, for a long time, and I believe in, and forgive me if I don't have my time frames together, but I believe it was before the 1930s, right? Sometime before the 1930s, they believed that nobody could run a 4.3 and a 40, right?
Right. Facts.
And so, and the only way that that record began to be attainable or to be done, it took one person to break the record.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that one person broke the record, after that, 6 more people broke the record less than, I think it was a month later or something like that. And then going forward is like, man, that record wasn't nothing, right? And so it takes at least one brave soul. It takes at least one person to break through the mold, to break through, you know what I'm saying? And I would say a little group of people, one person can make a difference. But if you have a group of people together, even if it's 10 or 20 or 5 or 6, that come together with an alike mind, with an aligned achievement, then we can make it happen, because that power was spread out. It's powerful, man. The agreement and the working together is powerful, and that's how you create change.
It is, and I'm not disagreeing with that statement about us working together as a group. But okay, I'm gonna give an example. For decades now in Chicago, where I grew up, there's an organization. There's multiple organizations, but this is one that sticks out to me. They're called 100 Black Men of Chicago. And they've imposed themselves in churches, schools, even colleges. They're there, and recreational centers and places like that. And they've been there for decades. And there are a bunch of gentlemen who are highly successful lawyers, doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs, corporate businessmen, successful Black men. And they are a strong group, but they still have not been able to, like you said, well, I don't know if it was you or maybe it was another gentleman, inspire. How do you inspire the community? They see that you're there, but they don't even want to recognize you, because the schools are still bad. Not to disrespect any religious group, but churches aren't up to par. Universities and colleges are toxic as I don't know what. But they do have the organizations, they do have the opportunity, people there that's there to try to build up the community. But the mindset, yes, you can be the best version of yourself. We can have 200, we can have 1,000, but until we can grab the minds of the community and just being the best, I'm sorry, just being the best version of yourselves. I had these conversations with multiple hundreds of people, and it's like, you ask a young person, yes, shout out to that one individual said when he sees somebody 30, yes, the maturity level is there.
Yeah, Mr. Alignment.
Yeah. But I've asked the youth straight up, if I put Robert F. Smith in front of you and I
Mhm.
put Lil Wayne in front of you, who are you really going to listen to? And they all were honest. They said they listening to Lil Wayne.
Mm. Mhm.
And that in itself is what I'm talking about. Because I understand we can make change
Mhm.
as a small entity, but if you want to talk about a community, then we have to grab the minds and the spirits of the community. That's my question. It's not about what you're saying I disagree with.
Mm.
My question is, by doing what we're gonna do, with this YouTube thing, moving in these YouTube streets, because Anton is Anton, and
Mhm.
people who want to know Anton.
Mhm.
But how can Anton reach out to the individuals who aren't even trying to think about him? And that's
Well,
what I'm saying. Because uh
I want to address that, but you
go
bear
ahead.
with me. Hey, shout out to Nidish. Yo, thank you, Nidish. I appreciate you. Yo, Christopher says something in like bars, like super bars, and I want to highlight this comment real quick. To save the entire community, realize that everyone that looks like you are not part of the community. Yo, yo, bars, 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 bars.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That's some real talk right there. You know what I'm saying? That's some real talk right there. We have to realize that everyone that looks like us is not necessarily a part of the community. So shout out to you, Chris, and shout out to that, man. But to answer you, B Magic, what I'll say is this, right? I just don't see. I'll put it like this, and a lot of things that come from the Bible. I'm not trying
Yeah.
to be quote unquote religious. At the same time, I
Mhm.
just got to keep it real, right?
Right.
So Jesus himself said, give, do not cast pearls before pigs, nor give what is holy to dogs. Right?
Hmm.
And he was talking about people when he said it. When Jesus himself said it, if you go by the Bible story, and whatever you call him Esau, you call him Yahshua, you call him whatever you want to call him. We ain't gonna get into that. Whether we ain't gonna get into it. I'm just saying strictly from the Bible story, and what the Bible story said that he said is he said, do not cast pearls before pigs, nor give what is holy to dogs. Right?
I didn't catch the last part. To give holy to what?
To dogs.
To dogs. Okay.
What's going on, Mr. Black Sheep? Hey, Tavares, what's up, fam? No, I'm not into the show just yet. No. I'm not into the show just yet. Y'all can show love. You know what I'm saying? People. Yo, I came on early, so people had stuff to do. People working. So now I'm not into the show, Tavares. I'm still on. But y'all can show your love through the Cash App, $ Israel Mills. If you want your comments highlighted in red like a super chat, hit the Cash App, $ Israel Mills. For one comment is $5. For all your comments is $20, and I'll read them all and highlight them all. But yo, what I'm saying to say that B Magic is this. If we don't be selective, if we don't be somewhat of restrictive, if we try to include everybody in the number, then we do ourselves a disservice. I often think about that movie, what's it called? A Nation Born, Birth of a Nation, yeah. The Nat Turner version, right? That came out.
Right.
And part of the reason of his demise in the movie was due to including everybody, because some people didn't, for not a pun, didn't want to get off the plantation. And some people had him killed, you know what I'm saying, deleted, because of the fact that he was breaking up the status quo and he didn't want to get off the plantation. So I don't want to force or try to force anything on anyone. I think that when I go according to that ancient proverb that says, when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
And I and I understand that, sir.
Mm-hmm.
The miscommunication.
You good? You breaking up? I'm listening to you, brother. You good?
Call. I was getting a phone call. My bad.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think we're getting miscommunication. I'm not saying we have to force anything on anybody.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, um, the human mind is very gullible. A lot of people don't understand that they can be persuaded or moved without them even knowing they're persuaded and moved. What I'm saying is, how can we come up with a way without it being forced for them to willingly choose to change their mind? Because
Okay.
even with that Bible quote that you said, which I do believe in, but
Mhm.
there's a second part to that too. A pig doesn't always have to be a pig. People change. Jesus knew that people changed. Just because you're in the slums and you're down there in the slop don't always mean that you're going to be there in the slums and the slop with the slop. That's why he went to the most grimiest places to speak holiness upon people. He didn't give them the holiness, but he did speak it. He spoke with a holy tone no matter what it was, especially when it came to life situations.
Mhm.
So what I'm saying is, don't forget about people. Don't just leave them. I'm not saying that you have to like force them to do anything. How
Mhm.
can we bring them to us
I think
willingly?
okay, so I think that the people, to answer your question, and that's a good question, and I got you. I think part of the solution, and I want you to expand upon it as well, but I think part of the solution is by us supporting each other to the fact that we bring each other up, right? Like what they say, a rising tide raises all ships. So if
Right.
we're supporting each other, if we're hey Fantasy Island girl, how you doing? If we're supporting each other, if we're making each other popular, if we're making each other great, if we're making each other's channels blow up, right? And then they see that our crew is the crew that's popping, our crew is the crew that's doing their thing, our crew is the crew that's making waves, then people are gonna want to be a part of that. And if we are the ones that's making waves, but at the same time we're the ones that's teaching the people and leading the people, it's a win-win situation. So basically, the thing is to support each other to the point where we are that group that everybody wants to be like and be aligned with, and that will cause change.
Yeah, I can see it that way. Yeah, but that means that we would have to put ourselves in a position that would be so strong and so powerful. But how do we get there without? I don't think we have enough numbers, to be honest.
Yeah, we
How do we
definitely
build?
do.
How do we build the numbers?
We do by
We do.
supporting. Listen,
Okay.
someone, and I
Maybe
want to.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong,
No, no,
brother
no. Listen,
Marcus.
I want to give credit to who said it, but someone said, "Yo," and they broke it down. I can't remember if it's Tommy. I can't remember if it was Angry Man. I can't remember if it was a YouTube creator, content creator that said this. And this joint was, and I definitely want to give them credit. So if you was the one that said this, brother, let me know because this was some profound ish right there, and I should have wrote your name down. But they said this. They said, "Yo, likes are free." To subscribe to a person's channel is free.
Right.
If we all subscribe to each other's channels and we all hit the likes on each other's videos, we came up with a schedule and we all hit the likes on each other's videos and we all subscribe to each other's channels, just that alone could put us all to 1,000,000 subs. And then from there, if we're all at 1,000,000 subs, then because they just complain about the just pearly things thing, and the person said, "Listen, if we all subscribe to each other, if we all hit the likes on each other's videos, that alone could push us up." Now they have a thing in StreamYard where you could do a simulcast,
Hmm.
so two people could be simulcasting at the same exact time. So we could be linking up like that. And I don't know how many people can simulcast at the same time, but I know at least two people can. And so
And
so stuff like that, collaborations, building each other up, subscribing to each other's channel, which is free, hitting the like button on each other's channel, which is free, which pushes us to the forefront of the YouTube algorithm, which gives our station more, our channels more visibility, more what you call it, more a clout, so to speak, if you want to call it that. And then as we're going forward and supporting each other and elevating each other and edifying each other, which is all free, then the masses are looking in and they want to see what we're doing and they will want to be a part of what we're doing.
Okay, and I believe that that is true if that was going to happen. But Anton even said this the other day. People are mad at just pearly things. That's their opinion. That's their right to be upset.
Mhm.
Whatever. I'm not here to defend anybody or anything like that. She got people to hit that like button. She got people to hit that subscribe button. But he said, even me, I'm putting money in pockets. I'm starting business and helping people start businesses, and they not even the community's not even supporting me that in that type of a manner. So if that was to happen, that would be a way for us to push the needle. But it's not happening. A lot of the community, or I don't understand, how y'all determine and defined it,
That's what I
but
wanted to ask you too.
yeah, I was about to say I don't know how y'all define the community, but there's people who have more influence and more, even though it's negative, they get they videos liked more. If you understand where I'm going with
I
this,
get
I'm
it, but
gonna have
we
to,
just gotta
yeah,
change that. Hey, listen,
yeah.
Malika said everything ain't for everybody. Shout out to him. And my boy Black Manta said, indeed, indeed, indeed. But listen, so
And I can understand that, but then maybe I have the wrong definition of community.
but let's we're gonna leave it to YouTube for right now because the whole macro perspective of community
Right,
is too much to address right now. You know what I mean? Excuse me, the whole
right,
micro, to go into what community is and all of
right.
that, that's too much to address right now. What I'm saying is just on these YouTube streets,
Mhm.
just in YouTube, if we all just subscribe to each other, if we all just liked each other's videos, that is free. We can do that. You know what I mean? And so I'm subscribed to Anton. I'm
Yeah,
subscribed to
yeah,
Angry Man. I like Anton's video, whether I have time to watch it or not. You know what I'm saying? I might catch a little bit of it. Listen, you don't have to stay the whole stream. You can like it on the way in. And if you're busy, if you're at work, if you're doing business, you could just leave out. It's okay.
right.
But that's the least you can do. I
Support.
give money sometimes to Anton, and even though Anton has plenty of money, or I donate, or I'll hit a super chat on Angry Man stream, even though Angry Man got money, or I hit a, you know what I'm saying? So it's about each one taking the personal responsibility, right?
Right,
And just doing the damn thing. Yo, listen, support your interests. Yo, support people who look like you. That's how we do it. We start doing it.
right.
Yo, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button. That don't mean you have to stay the whole stream if you don't want to. If you got stuff to do, if you got things going on, everybody got things going on, stuff to do. But yo, you can hit the like button. That takes 1 second. It takes a second of a second. It doesn't take no time. Just hit the like button and keep it moving.
Okay. Yeah,
You
I
see what I'm
understand
saying?
that. Yeah, I have
It
no
takes it
quarrels.
takes a minute to basically subscribe. If you would just subscribe.
Mhm.
Why aren't you subscribed? It doesn't cost you nothing to be subscribed to anybody. And even listen, this is the crazy thing. Even if you don't want all the notifications, guess what? You could just keep the notification thing turned off. And if it's your favorite people that you like to hear from, you like to hear, then turn the notifications on. You feel me? You smelling what I'm telling?
Yeah, I'm
But
not. I have no quarrels with nothing you just said.
yeah, but those little steps alone are something that you could do. Because number one, when you hit the like button, it goes to YouTube algorithm and it'll push those videos out. Number two, by the subscriptions and by subscriber base, it what you call it. Now, if you people that start to align with what you're saying and align with who you are, there will be people that's gonna tune in on a regular basis.
Hmm.
But those are things that we can do that are free. Now, of course, you know what I'm saying? When you want to start supporting agendas, you want to start supporting people, and we start putting a treasure chest together of money. That way we can affect policy and we could affect change in our community, so forth,
Right.
so on. That's a different thing. But that can happen too. We could put the money in the coffers where we have it and line it up, and then we have, okay, this is going here, designate this here, designate this there, designate this there. But the small things we could do is subscribe to each other's channels, hit the like button on the way in,
Yep.
and then
It's
go
that
from there.
simple.
It's that simple, and it's free. And all of us could be to a million subs all of us could have the really the you know the lion's share of likes, and then the people who align with the people that align with the people, they're going to do that anyway. But the subs and the likes are free.
Yeah.
It ain't hard.
It's not hard at all.
Yo, I'll tell
I
you like
question I question myself. I'm like, okay, Anton, Lapeef, Angry Man. it- how are they not bigger than what they are? You know what I'm saying? I just don't. You know, because I know they're known, but I don't know.
well,
It's easy to hit the
it's
like
that
button and
people,
subscribe.
yeah, it's that people don't like certain personalities. People don't like what certain people are saying, but they don't realize that yo, the best chance that you have is to align yourself with people that look like you and people who are moving forward. That's the best chance that you have. And they don't understand that if you do it for someone else, someone will do it for you, and each one reach one, and each one build one and bring one up. So they spend their time hating, or their time pocket watching, or their time trying to drag somebody down, being jealous, instead of understanding that, yo, if you hit a subscribe, if you hit a like, that don't cost you shit. And if you start your own channel and someone hit a subscribe and someone hit a like, that don't cost them shit. And then y'all are building on something. And since everybody is different and everybody has their own little gift and their own little talent and their own thing that they add to the conversation or to the mix, you see what I'm saying? You within that, you're gonna find your tribe, and your tribe is gonna find you, and you're gonna be with people that are aligned with you and what you have to say and what you bring to the table. But it starts with a simple thing. And someone else other than me said this. It was another YouTuber, and shout out to him. I think it was if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember who it was. I ain't gonna lie, but yo, I think it was Aaron O. I'm not sure if it was Aaron O or if it was Tommy Sotomayor, but it was somebody that said that's a little more brilliant than me, and it makes perfect sense. So whoever said it, shout out to you, and you know, you please feel free to let me know. I want to give you your credit. What up, Miss Jill 1991? How you doing? What's going on, Black Guy Monolith? Go ahead, family.
I try to support everybody, even if they don't, even if they opinions or they viewpoints don't align up to mine all the way. It's the fact that we're not meant to all align. We're not one robot. You know, we're supposed to have different opinions on stuff, and we're supposed to have different viewpoints and ideologies or whatever. It's just the fact behind it is, what is the attention to me? Are we still trying to move in a positive way? And that's more who I support. As long as you're moving in a positive direction, I support you.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. Like, listen, this, like I say all the time, we're not a monolith. We're not all, we don't all think alike, we don't all feel alike. We're not, no two of us in the world are exactly alike. And Lee and I was having this conversation earlier, yesterday, and he didn't understand what I was saying. I'm saying, yo, just as the fingerprints on a hand are varied from person to person, and there's over 5 billion people in the world, so are personalities. We all, none of us have the exact same personality. We might have some similarities, we might have some alignments, we might have some accords that we could be on, and we might be in agreement in some areas, but no two people are exactly alike. Even twins. No two twins are exactly alike. They have similarities. That's how
Similar,
vast,
but they're not exactly.
that's how vast and how wonderful the creator is. And so with that being said, you're not gonna align with everything that I say, right? So I might say like 3 things. You like, yo, go Israel, go, it's yo, that's, and then I might say something else. You're like, what the hell is this dude talking about? That's crazy. You see what I'm saying?
And to go off what you said earlier, that's the problem, because a lot of people, they're rocking, say one thing that they don't align with them, and they'll unsubscribe from your channel.
Yo, I appreciate that. No doubt. Hey, Miss Jill, I appreciate 1991. I appreciate that. I hope the crew does come on in and join the conversation. Cause like, yo, it's time for us to start being solution based. It's time for us to start implementing stuff. And everybody keeps saying, yo, they're tired of talking about the same thing. So let's talk about some solutions. Yo, my man, yo, wave in the back, Sean. Yo, what up, boy? What's good with your family? How you doing, Sean?
What's good with you, bro? How you feeling?
All right, my brother. from another mother. What's good, man? I'm excited that you're here, family, because I started this conversation and you was one of the people that I had in mind when I started this conversation, fam.
Man, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate you actually having this conversation.
Yo, no doubt. I told you I was. You know what I'm saying? I told you I was, and I meant it.
We gonna take this. My bad. Give me a second. Let me put these headphones in. You need quick. Anything?
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But yeah, so
Yeah.
but going forward.
Go ahead. I'm all about the one bite at a time. I just don't want us to still not stir towards where the real issue is. We can definitely start on these YouTube streets, because these YouTube streets are very potent and powerful as far as influencing the direction that culture and society is moving. Social media is very powerful right now. So let's conquer social media. Let's do that.
No
but
doubt.
Yo,
Mr. Black Sheep, wave in the back so I see his shoe. Go ahead, B Magic.
It just bothers me that one person could say something that the mob doesn't agree with, and then automatically they shunned. It just bothers me, man.
Yeah, but that's part of that code of conduct that we need to put in order.
Yeah,
and put these things down line by line. Hey, good morning, let's see, how you doing? Great day. Hey, the line by line, precept by precept, and put this plan together so we have a code of conduct, something that we could point to, something that we can say, okay, boom, this is how we're gonna move. This is how we're gonna move forward.
Right.
We're not gonna do this. We are gonna do this. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I want to say good afternoon to the gentleman. What's his name? Jon Snow profile picture.
Oh, that's Mr. Black Sheep.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Black Sheep.
Hey, how you doing?
And then Sean just came up too. Salute to Sean. Salute to Mr.
Good
Black
afternoon,
Sheep.
Sean.
What's up, Mr. Alignment? Welcome back, sir.
We in here again.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Okay, no doubt, Sean. I'll give you a moment. You good? Mr. Alignment, I'm gonna mute you real quick until you want to say something, Mr. Alignment?
No, go ahead. You can mute me real quick.
Okay, no doubt. All right, yo, what's up, Mr. Black Sheep? What's good with you, family?
Oh, it's a beautiful day at the airport.
No doubt
How
about
you guys
it.
feeling?
We're good. And you?
Oh, living the dream.
All right.
About to go fly here in a second.
Don't stop.
So what you have on the conversation, brother? We talking about building. We talking about a code of conduct. We talking about putting things in place as brothers where we can make some things pop off, make some things happen. What say you?
Oh, what type of things were you referring to that you wanted to make happen?
Well, as far as just basically, so the brother B Magic had posed a question: how can we reach most of the people in the community, right? Well, number one, what is the community? What is that? What does it look like, right? And how can we reach them? And I wanted to bring it more so to something that we have a little bit more control over, which is our own personal YouTube platforms and YouTube channels, right? And my premise was the premise that someone else said, much smarter than me, and they were saying, look, all we have to do, and it actually might have been MRM. It actually might have been Modern Renaissance Man who said this, but I can't recall, and I'm sorry. Whoever said it, I'm sorry, but yo, it was brilliant. And what they said was, shout out to Modern Renaissance Man. What they said was, if all of us in this space, in these spaces, subscribe to each one of our channels, right? And if all of us in these spaces that come and watch are content creators, yo, what up, Ray Midnight, what's going on? We sit there and we just hit the like button. That in itself is free, but that in itself puts us on a level where we're more visible and we're more attractive to the masses. Now, of course, as you do that, people are going to start to pick and choose who they like more, whose content they align with more, who they relate to more. That's just human nature, right? And we can all agree to that, and we can all be cool with that. But just the mere fact of us subscribing, staying subscribed to each other, and us hitting the like button on the way in, all of which takes about maybe a minute total to do, we all could do that. Well, and that in itself would make a difference. Go ahead.
It's better than, giving people inspirations to do rap and play basketball or some shit.
Facts.
I would say do something that you don't see a whole lot of black people do, and then present that to the youth as an alternative and build that way. Like for me, for example, myself, there's not a whole lot of black pilots out there. There's even less black certified flight trainers. So that's my goal. I want to go out and reach the youth and get them into aviation.
Hey, salute to you for that. Congratulations, celebration with that, man. For real, man. That's
Thank you.
bars. Yeah. No.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That boy is good.
Salute to you, family. So you teaching young brothers and sisters how to fly and get in aviation?
Not yet, but that's my goal. That's my end goal.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But listen, and not for nothing, man. Yo, by us doing this gives our sisters encouragement. They can say, okay, these brothers are sitting here and they putting something in place and they're trying to move forward. So that could give them encouragement, like, okay, maybe these dudes are not as slack as we think. Maybe these dudes are not as soft as we think. Maybe they are moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Because again, a lot of times we're judged off of these YouTube streets and these YouTube talking points, right? But once we start to put things in motion and once we start to move forward, that gives encouragement to our women as well. And that gives a fire in their back, a battery in their back and fire under their butt to make something happen for themselves. And then things begin to change on a holistic point of view. It may take some time, but we can make a change. I mean, I would argue that Angry Man has made a difference. Shout out to Angry Man. I would argue that Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace, has made a difference. Whatever you think of that difference, right or wrong, good or bad, ugly or beautiful, they have made a difference in the things that they have said and the things that they've done. So these platforms can make a difference. You know?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And
So
it's good that somebody, shout out to yourself. I don't know if you're the you and Angry Man, but it's good that somebody's trying to put action towards the YouTube streets, not just talking. There's been a lot of talking. Let's put some action, because it's getting to the point where I don't want to say it's toxic, but it can become toxic. And if we don't have structure, if we don't have rules and regulations and policies amongst our community in these YouTube streets, it'll be destroyed. That Kevin Samuels and Angry Man and everything they've been working toward can easily be destroyed. So
yeah, but we gotta make sure we the people can make sure that doesn't happen.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we the people gotta implement and follow some type of structure.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, nobody wants to get on these platforms and these panels, and next thing you know, it went from having a productive conversation to talking about somebody's mama. You know.
Right. I mean, that makes sense too. That goes to that code of conduct.
Yeah, it goes to the code of conduct.
Salute to you, JC the Conqueror. What's up, fam? And listen, if y'all want your comments read, hit the Cash App, $ Israel Mills. It's the same thing as a super chat, but through the Cash App, because we don't have super chat yet. They're walking slow. They're working real slow on your boy in this channel. They don't want to give me no monetization. So listen, if y'all want your comments read, one time just hit $5 in the Cash App, and then put your screen name. If you want it read the whole time, I'll read every one of your comments and I'll highlight them. Hit $20 in the Cash App and I'll read it the whole show. You know what I'm saying? $20 in Cash App, $ Israel Mills, and put your screen name. Okay.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my fellow battle buddy, my comrade, How To. That's how I came upon your channel.
Oh yeah, salute to How To, man. Thank you.
Me and him was in the same unit together, so I've been knowing How To for a long time.
Oh wow. So you were jumping out of planes too? You're a paratrooper?
Yeah. I was I spent half my career at Bragg, so I've been a paratrooper for at least 12 years. Yeah.
Wow. Well, shout out to y'all, man. Thank you, and thank you, How To, man, for y'all service, man, and for keeping us safe and all the things y'all went through and gone through that you could talk about and that you can't even talk about, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah. And I was having that conversation with somebody today as far as how people want to speak upon the military, but they don't understand. By you being a civilian, you can never possibly understand the lifestyle of a soldier. So, what soldiers actually have to go through.
And I could imagine that to be absolutely true, my brother. I could imagine that to be absolutely the truth, you know. And it's all good, you know.
Yeah.
It's all good. And but I do appreciate it, and I do, pray, for y'all all the time, man, because y'all do go through probably unimaginable things. You know what I'm saying? On y'all soldiering. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
So
And
it's
just like
it's
me, if I was to speak on being a pilot, I could never speak on the lifestyle of a pilot. I don't know. I'm on the outside looking in. I mean, I'm not. I don't know the ins and outs of being a pilot. You know how stressed that job can be, or how many hours they got to sit at an airport and just, you know, you got people's lives in your hands. You know,
It's a wonderful job.
it
a,
is a
Um,
a
wonderful job.
Hey Doc, if you would, Doc, just throw a love offering, Doc, Doc H 19D, yo, just throw a love offering of like $20 to the Cash App, and then I'll hit you with a wrench. I got you. I mean, just throw a love offering of like $20, and I hit you with a wrench, fam. I appreciate you. Yo, Sean, you there yet? Sean,
Yeah,
Sean.
yeah, 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 man.
Okay,
Thank
man,
you,
get in
Los.
where you fit in, family. I definitely, we this is something that you and I had talked about behind the scenes. I know that you do a lot of community work already. You do a lot of stuff for the community, and I just wanted to really hear what you had to say and some ideas that you might have, and let's try to get this thing started, man.
Yeah, I think there are lots of areas of opportunity in general. If you really look at this sector, man, people, people are spending time and interacting with one another. In some cases, more than you interact with your family. You feel me? So it does just make sense to figure out like, what common goals we can accomplish. You have people of different ethnic groups, people all across the spectrum in terms of their earnings and what they do. So the first thing I like to do, in terms of like community organizing, is just kind of take an assessment of who we have. Like, what's the human capital?
Mhm.
What do people bring to the table? What businesses do people have? What fields do they work in? What common goals can we work towards? Like one of the things you and I talked about was, I think it would be cool to, mimic something that I'm doing personally with my fraternity brothers, which would be something that's like a small business accelerator,
Mhm.
which is a, pretty simple concept. Everybody throws $50, $100 in a pot, and easily that pot will become 25,000, 50, whatever it becomes. Then we
Mhm.
set the criteria to say, hey, now, maybe it'll be like, um, people's followers. People's followers can present different ideas. Like they'll have to do a full pitch. You have to pitch your ideas in front of a panel. Maybe it's people's followers. Maybe whatever the criteria is, you get to decide who gets to pitch the ideas to you, and then you get to decide what ideas you quote unquote fund. Now you're not handing people money necessarily. What you're doing is giving them access to, let's say, a line of credit for maybe $5,000, right? Because we don't want people going and doing things with this money that doesn't serve the purpose, right? Because these become test cases for us to
Mhm.
be able to say that we were able to help these people in this way. We were able to help people scale to this degree, and this is what we're doing. We're not just talking in these YouTube streets.
Mhm.
And so what happens is people will get, let's just say if somebody got $5,000, but they would get access to that money, but also they would get access to a mentor who has expertise in the field that they're dealing with. So say for me, I sell clothing and things like that. So let's say I'll mentor someone for 3 months, and then after that, what happens is that then they come before the group of us who want to say, okay, now you we're confident that you know what you're doing with your business. We helped you scale your business. We have something tangible that we can say this is what this person is doing in terms of revenue. So now Israel as a person or Sean as a person, I'm willing to make an equity investment with you with my own money outside of what we do collectively. And so now you can then get into business with the person and help them scale even further. So it's something that becomes a mutually beneficial thing for everyone. And once again, we're building people up instead of just talking shit about people.
No doubt. And
And so
Sean,
it's a very simple concept.
Sean, are you able to cam up? Because everybody's asking, is this Sean? Yeah, that's Sean's talking. That's Sean talking. Are you able?
I
Are you in a
I
position to cam up?
I
If you're
am.
not, don't worry about it. I understand.
I'm in the woods
Okay,
working on this project with some homeless people. So
no doubt. Yo, yeah, that's Sean. That's Sean talking, y'all. That is Sean talking. Uh, just for the record, that is Sean talking. Sean, the rich bully, Mr. Rich Bully himself, Antonio. So yeah, that's him talking. Okay, go ahead, fam. They was just asking in
yeah,
chat, is that you talking?
yeah, and so things like that, right? So of course you have to figure out how you want to structure everything. Let's say we find somebody like a Love C or somebody like that who we feel confident, like we want to find some a couple good stewards of the money, because like the way we did it, we created a bank account. We have it to where two people have to sign off for anything to be done, so we make sure that nothing crazy is going on. And then we just put the whole infrastructure together. My whole thing is it doesn't necessarily have to just be this idea, of course, but just looking at what things we can do that can where people can say we are actually doing something to help or to build or things like that. Yeah, and that's just kind of it for me.
No doubt. That's a good start, man. That's definitely a good start. And I think that that's definitely important. You got to have some kind of financial implications or some kind of financial structure in place so that you can make things happen as a group and as a collective. You know what I mean? As well as individually. So I like that. Mr. Black Sheep, what say you? You look like you got some stuff on your mind. What say you? What you have to say?
I was just wondering if what Sean was talking about is that a up and running program or just thought in the thought
Well,
process.
what I'm doing is up and running with me and my guys in my personal life, of
Okay.
course. But what we're talking about is just so even when you come up with concepts like this, everybody's not going to participate, and of course you just have to be okay with that. What I've learned with this, with our investment club, things like that, I've learned that once things start to work and you get some social proof, then people want to buy into it, and things like that, or they want to just because we just I mean, come on, man, somebody I don't like, I pay money to kick them off a panel. So that same money I could use I could use that, and it'll go towards investing in somebody building their dream company. You know what I'm
But
saying?
but you
Okay.
know what's funny to that point, Sean? Like when you just tell people, yo, hit the Cash App, show some love through the Cash App, right? People don't want to do it. But if it's some drama and some silly stuff going on and
It's
some crazy
crazy.
stuff going on, they'll pay whatever to kick people off. But as far as just donating, just to be donating or showing love or whatever,
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
we not inclined to do it like that. Yo, some people will. So shout out to
Mhm.
the people who do. I don't want to neglect them, man. Like yo,
Yeah.
shout out to Terrell, shout out to Oasis, shout out to Mother Jade this morning, shout out
Mhm.
to Big Rig always supporting. Shout out to Black Manta always supporting. Shout out to Malika, Brother Malika always supporting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people who always support. So I don't want to neglect them and try to make it seem like there's nobody that's doing it. At the same time, by and large, for the large numbers, there's people that won't, you know what I'm saying? They won't just hit the Cash App unless it is to kick somebody off or to, you know what I'm saying? Or to bring somebody back in some places too. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But when you really think about it, right? The I guess you could say the I don't even know how to really look at it or state what I'm saying. Let's just say like what's your boy name? What's his name? Rico Love? Is that his name? The one who be kicking me off the panel? I
Oh no,
forgot his name.
Corey Love, my
Corey
boy
Love.
Corey Love. Yeah,
Shout
yeah,
out to Corey Love.
yeah. Shout out to Corey.
Corey done showed you love and so
Oh yeah, yeah.
gave
Corey
damn near
definitely showed
500
love.
to get me off the panel. And I
Yeah, yeah.
appreciate that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because above all else, he's showing you love.
Yeah,
So
but Corey showed
that's good
love
business.
anyway. So shout out to Corey
Yeah.
Love. Corey Love has just shown love just anyway. So I wasn't talking about Corey Love because
No,
he
I'm just
definitely showed love.
saying, I was
It's
just
like
using that
three
as an
people.
example.
Yeah, yeah. Like Watch Me Do Better. Corey Love. My man Big Rig. My man Rogue Sage. Like it's cats like that show love anyway, but they
Mhm.
will show extra love when someone getting out of control.
And right, but now what I was getting to is like people like that, you see that, they don't mind, contributing, you know what I'm saying? So I'm assuming that I'm sure he's probably a stand-up guy, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind, dropping 100, for something like this, or 50, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So you start to see the people who you can probably lean on for initiatives and things like that. Um, so anyway, like I'm saying, man, I really think we can do some things and really help some people. Now, everybody's not interested. A lot of people are gonna say, "Man, I ain't trying to help no mother body. I don't know what's gonna happen with my money." The same thing that happens to your money when you send a super chat, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
ain't nobody suggesting nobody send $1 million, bro. I'm gonna
Right.
piss off. I'm gonna piss off. Literally, I went and had lunch and a couple of drinks after work yesterday and spent $100. Like, I pissed that away. Like, it's nothing.
Right. No doubt about
So
it. And no
yeah,
doubt about it. And
but I.
listen.
Mhm.
So you already know I'm getting down with that. And like I said, we definitely need the link. We were supposed to link like a couple of weeks ago, but stuff got hectic. But we definitely need to link and put together some stuff on that tip. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate B Magic, yo. Thank you, B Magic. That's the yo. I appreciate that. Salute to you. B Magic is the sponsor of the show. That was love right there, man. Thank
No
you, B
problem.
Yeah,
Magic.
real quick. I'm sorry, but I gotta go. I wish I could stay longer, but my plane just got here.
Okay, go ahead, fam.
Yeah, all love. See ya.
Oh, love. Appreciate you, man. Hey, yo, B Magic, man. Thank you. That was a real one. B
Yeah.
Magic dropped 100 on the cash app, man.
Hey, that's
Salute to you,
love,
B
bro.
Magic. Thank you,
No
man.
problem, brother.
I appreciate
I'm,
that. I appreciate that for
hey,
sure.
I'm gonna have to dip out
It's
for a
all in
minute
good
too, bro.
intentions.
So I'll be back.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely, I want you to come back because I wanted to build on that. I'm hoping. I'm trying to wait till Angry Man wake up. I'm trying to get Angry Man up here, and you and hopefully Marcus White and some other people at the same time. And definitely be Magic. Seem to have some really thought provoking things. But yeah, no doubt, Sean. Yo, just come back. All right.
I bet.
I appreciate you, family. Yo, thank you, B Magic. I appreciate the love, family.
No problem, brother. It's all in good intentions.
Absolutely,
Because
man.
I
Absolutely.
mean, you speaking facts about how people would drop money and support for the negativity, and that kind of goes back into what I was saying about people's mindsets. Even I don't know what you determine the community is, but even on the peace community, or it's just people willing to support where they feel like they want to support instead of just supporting. Just support.
Yo, that's a real topic. So let's get into that because that's where we was kind of going before everybody else came up. I'm interested. What how would you define the community?
I define I define a community as a group of people who understand the situations that you would go through. Like, um, I grew up in Chicago, right?
Mhm.
I grew up on the west side of Chicago.
Shout
That's the
out to the
reason why
West Side.
I haven't been there in 15 years, but
Mhm. Yeah, I feel you.
that's the reason why I joined the military, is to get away from my situation. So,
Mhm.
um, but I also understand that people in Detroit, people in New York City, people in Philly, they can understand the certain situations that I went through that would be considered a community to me, because I could talk about things and they would understand and be able to um, correlate themselves in that situation. Like, oh, I can picture myself being in that situation. So to me, that is a community. Are we all the same?
No.
Back to the fingerprint thing. No, we're not all the same, but we have similarities. So to me, that is a community. I got out of my certain situation, and I think that there's people that are still left there that can get out of those situations too. Um, I don't think we should leave people behind in those certain situations just because there's individuals who are you know, seeking how to get out of those situations. Don't mean that we can't help the ones that aren't seeking either.
So what are your I'm curious as to what some of your suggestions is, and salute to you, Dust. What are some of your suggestions as far as reaching those people who might not even really know or identify that they need the help, you know what I'm saying, or think that they want the help? What are your suggestions on reaching those people?
I would suggest that I'm trying to keep the sound down. They cutting the grass out here where I'm at.
Okay, no doubt.
Uh, um, I would suggest that we have to figure out. This is what I was going to earlier. We have to figure out how can we capture the spirits and the minds.
Mm.
Because what is popping in those type of environments, to be honest, isn't intellectual. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How do we capture the people's minds in those environments that aren't willing to pick up a book? Who don't, when you start talking about socioeconomics, they don't want to hear what you got to say. You know what I'm saying? They just want to
So
do what they want to do. So how do, and it's not their fault. I'm not saying it's their fault totally, but how do we become popping? How do we become popping to
that's a good
capture the,
question.
how do we become popping when we're not what's popping? What's not the cool vibe right now. You know what I'm saying?
Les Love C said, just do. When people see action, then they join. Some people believe and build, others need to see it happen first.
Yes, they will join if they want to join. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people that are highly successful in the black um, sphere of things. You got pilots, you got lawyers. Those people go back to those communities, but they not popping. What's popping is the rappers. We all know what's popping in the urban black communities.
Mm-hmm. Yo, my man, Black Manta. Shout out to you, Black Manta. I appreciate you. Y'all
So
put us on game, and while pouring positivity into us, some of us need to hear you can. Donating is the least we could do, no doubt. And yo, definitely, Black Manta. You know, I always tell y'all can. Whatever the mind of a man can conceive and believe, he can achieve. W. Clement Stone said that. Whatever the mind of a man can conceive and believe with feeling. Let's add to with feeling, he can achieve. All right. So, yo, salute to you, my brother. You know it's always love, man. Hey, Mr. Alignment, wave in the back so I see it's you, fam, so I can let you up.
because I am a believer in action, right? We could
Mm-hmm.
talk all day until you turn blue in the face, but
Mm-hmm.
eventually you're gonna have to put something to action. And to me, what needs to be put to action is how to capture these people's minds, how to capture their minds and their spirit, how to get them to believe in education, how to get them to believe in literature, how to get them to see that that's the cool route to go. Because how many decades are going to go by until we realize that, hey, we gonna have to hit this trauma, we gonna have to take care of this.
You know what? Unfortunately, it seems that people got to hit a rock bottom situation before they really believe that. Because I think about I refer a lot to the ancestor Booker T. Washington, may he
Right.
rest in peace. And I think about his book Up from Slavery, and he
Mhm.
talked about how, you know, when they just got out of slavery, black people was doing whatever they had to do to learn how to read.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They was going through innumerable things to get out their situation. Number one, yo, like him and his mom, rest in peace to his mother, that and his brothers that walked states. They walked from daggone Virginia to West. I mean, from Kentucky, I think it was, to West Virginia or something like that, right? And they walked. That's over
Right.
300 miles, and they
Yeah.
walked. So shout out to them. So I think about those stories, and I think about the things that, you know, our ancestors, even outside of slavery, had endured or had gone through to even make it so that we could get to where we are today. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And yo, they have, yo, one thing we have to understand, and I want to say this, and I want to let other people get in, Mr. Lyman and Dusto. Yo, if you really think about it, if you really do the math, from 1865 to 1965 is only 100 years.
In the timeline of history, yes, it's
Yes,
only 100 years. Yes.
only 100 years from 1965 to right now is only like 68 years.
Right. But
I mean,
that's
I
in the
mean 58
timeline
years,
of
58 years, 58 years. I'm sorry, 58 years. So
yes.
so when you go and you do the mathematics on it, you understand that these in the annals of time and the annals of history, these are recent times. But our people have come so far from where they was 1615 to the first landing on you know what I'm saying, the first landing of these people here, 1615, whatever the case may be, and what we went through, yo, and to go in present, less than 300 is 250 years total. Less than 300 years total. You know what I'm saying? And so we have to understand that, yo, we've come so far as a people in such a short period of time. Yo, KGY, man, salute to you, KGY, man. I appreciate you, KGY. Thank you for the love, family. Thank you for the cash app and for the love, man. Let me just play this real quick. I appreciate that. I gotta play this for y'all, man. Thank you.
It don't matter what the situation. I'm just tryna climb any obstacle a nigga facing. See it through in due time. It's a marathon, you gotta pace it. You can't press rewind, you get left behind. Just grind and the rest be fine, 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 fine. It don't matter what the situation. I'm just tryna climb any obstacle a nigga facing. See it through in due time. It's a marathon, you gotta pace it. You can't press rewind, you get left behind. Just grind and the rest is fine, fine, fine.
Yeah, I appreciate that, y'all. Thank y'all for the cash app. Thank y'all for the love, man. But yeah, I'm listening to you, family. And then I want to let Scam get in here. Scam Likely, aka Dusto, and then I want to let Mr. Alignment get in here.
I'm just gonna say one thing. I'm just gonna bounce off what you were saying. Yes, it's only 100 years, but that's why it's so like important to not let time go by, because so much stuff, so much action can happen in a small amount of time. Before you know it, 100 years will go by.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's when I say it's like how many decades. That's why I break it down so small. Like how many decades are we just gonna like let go by not handling the trauma? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
it was
That's
only
crazy.
it was only like 50 years ago, or so 40, 50 years ago, when we did have these morals and values, when we shunned upon people shooting in our communities, and we was actually outside with rakes, and we actually had property, we had homes and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Talking to our neighbors, you know what I'm saying, inviting each other over on Sundays for Sunday dinners. We think Sunday dinners was just for our family. No, certain people invited multiple peoples over to their house in the community, and then that other family will invite multiple peoples over to their house on Sunday. So what I'm saying is, it's short, and if we don't start reacting to the trauma at hand, it's going to get worse, and it's just going to not be taken care of. We're going to keep putting band-aids on stuff. So this is a good start in these YouTube streets, because YouTube is so polarizing and it's so potent as a force in society right now. If we can get this YouTube on lock, that's a good start, to be honest.
No doubt.
That boy is good.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hey, salute to you, man. That's some poignant points, man. Hey, what's up, Dust? What you have to say on the matter, man?
I think the expectation is somewhat unrealistic. I think it's okay. When you look at the word community, you're talking about a like-minded individuals, actions, lifestyles that align. If you look at the way that people act now, what is it aligned with? Most of the people, what are they aligned with? What are the actions? What are they? I say, and I only really talk about level one, just the basics: fitness, mental stability, finances, communication, connections, and relationships with people. A lot of people are failing, and most of those areas one by one. Most people can't get past the fitness part. That means the very thing that you are. Let's be real. Your body is what you are, and they're failing there. And then we're having an expectation, almost like we're going to take money and we're going to all do this deal together. It got to the point in 2023, most people don't understand what a family even supposed to look like. I don't know how it got that bad. But it's to the point where a lot of people are talking about building something that they've never seen and don't know what it is.
But so
Yeah.
does, as a person that does know, so you a person I think that does know and does see it. You're probably around my age or age group.
Yeah.
So can you just like what I would like to do is something a little bit different, right? We
Okay.
know what the problems are, right? And we talk about those all day, every day. Can you give some solutions or some things that could possibly work as a possible solution? And then I want to get to Mr. Lyman because he's the youngest of us three, I think, and he might have some other insights. So, but yeah, can you give some suggestions of how we might be able to get back to a better time?
First, start in the mirror. Those basic things. I'm not talking about all of a sudden jumping up and becoming some kind of Obama in a week. Um, be positive. If that's too hard, just don't spend that much time talking. One of the biggest weaknesses, people are doing more talking than listening. They're just talking and just talking and just talking and just talking.
Isaiah Jr. said that. Shout out to Isaiah Jr.
Talking, man. And they ain't listening to words that came out their own mouth. Take care of yourself or you're going to die. Or you're going to be the living dead before you die. You have to be some form of just something. Finances, you ain't got to be rich. Just manage your money. Live below your means. There's nothing wrong with renting a basement or getting a 1 bedroom or 2 bed. And you know what? My money ain't right. Let me just go ahead and live like this for a year, for 18 months, and then get it together. Let me work an extra 18 hours. Nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing to prove. People's confidence is in the gutter. And those in the insecurities of a lot of conversations we have. A lot of things to work on self first. And so when a lot of time when there's community talk, it's always about what someone else should do. It's always something about what someone owes, something to give, versus collaborating, sharing information, ideas, actions, even way before you get to always to the finance part. If you can't communicate, if you don't believe in yourself, you can't trust yourself, you can't trust the others, who's gonna put some money in it? Trust you.
So you saying that it starts with the community of self first, and building the self first. And you know, if you listen to me at all, I'm a proponent of that. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No. If you listen to that, I'm a proponent of that. Yo, so we've been rocking for a while. We've had these conversations for a while. Love C is in the building. I'm gonna let ladies up now. You know, we've been talking and it's been all men on the panel, but I am gonna let Love C up. Love C, if you can wave in the back so I can see you, I'm gonna let you join the conversation as well. If you could wave in the back, but go ahead, Dust. I'm listening to you, family.
I was waiting on Love C. It's one of my favorite people. But I'm
Yeah, she's definitely dope. Love C, if you could
and
wave in the back so we can see you. Definitely gonna bring you up, family, and we're gonna talk about it. We love your contributions to the conversation and what you bring. We thank you.
Yeah, and well, one more thing. As Love C comes up, she's saying something I probably might not agree with it, but it's still a married woman, and I can at least give the respect to stop and listen. So I can start by modeling the behavior I want to see, or I could just be like everyone else and just yell at the woman.
No, we give Love C get ultimate respect because Love C carry herself with respect. So I think that has a lot to do with it. When you carry yourself a certain type of way, your actions dictate the way people treat you. But go ahead, Love C, how you doing today? Well, let Mr. Alignment go first. I apologize, and then I'm gonna let you go. Okay, Love C.
Yeah, sure.
All right, what's up, Mr. Alignment? What's going on, family?
Yeah, you can hear me, Is?
Yeah, it's a little choppy because I know you're on the rig, but what's going on, family? Yo, I want to know from you specifically, right? Because you're a younger brother. I know you're in your early 30s, right?
Yeah,
Probably
I'm
lost him.
30.
Okay, you're
Oh,
30
No, I'm
years
right
old.
here.
Okay. All right, cool. Yo, so what are some things that you think that you need to see, or people in your generation? Because I know you got your stuff together. You know, I've had some conversations with you, so I know that you have your stuff together and you got your head on straight. But at the same time, what are some things that you think that as older brothers and sisters that we can give to y'all younger brothers and sisters that would help propel this thing forward, or help y'all to want to listen or want to understand where we're coming from.
Yeah, want me to be 100% candid about this?
Yeah, man, tell the
Uh,
truth, man. You speak your mind. Just don't drop any F-bombs, okay?
no, I ain't about to curse. 30 years old, that's millennials. They don't want to hear y'all talk, so they don't want knowledge. They don't care how perspicacious y'all are. They don't care scholars. Um, they just give them money.
But so
That's the only answer.
but how
I
is
know
giving them
it
money?
don't
Well,
sound beneficial. It don't sound
That's
beneficial.
crazy.
I don't know if it's advantageous, but it's nothing else that my group gonna actually take from y'all. If they don't want to go do the reading themselves, they don't want to go to school, they don't want to do nothing, but they just want to be ostentatious and they know they want the wherewithal. They know they want money, and the only thing y'all can probably do to them is give them money. I know that sounds
Money,
disingenuous, maybe ignorant, but
yeah.
that's the only thing I got.
Money
wow, that's
without
crazy.
knowledge is very that's a disaster right
No,
there.
Absolutely,
I
because
know.
a fool and their money will soon depart.
Yeah.
But you asked me to answer, and that's the only answer that they can really see. Like you can say, if you're not ostentatious, like Anton, Anton got a lot of stuff people like. They're gonna
Mhm.
follow him. You even that aspect alone, you gotta have something to make the youth even look at you, to
Mm,
make the youth you.
I got that. I get that. That makes
It's
sense.
sad, sadly, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I tried to put some younger brothers on Anton, and a lot of them, even though Anton got bread, they said that's his bread. He ain't giving me nothing, so why I need to listen to him?
Mm.
That's,
So what y'all saying is the younger generation is just looking for people to just give them something?
yes, they have a level of entitlement,
Talk
Wow.
behavior.
Wow.
and that's why I'm saying, how do you capture their mind? Because right now their mind isn't right. It's
Mm,
not focused in the right direction. So how does somebody capture their mind and their spirit of an individual that's so materialistic?
mm.
Um. Oh well. Go ahead, Love. See, I was about to say something. Is she there?
Hey everybody, how are you? Good afternoon.
Hey, hey, how you doing?
All right, thanks for letting me up, Is.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
so when you talk about community, I agree with much of what everyone has said. Oh, and sorry for my camera. I'm working with my son right now, so I can't
It's
I don't want
okay.
to have him on
I
camera.
saw no, I saw that. I saw that. It's okay. I did see your
Um,
sign was right there.
But what I said, community is like like to have a community or like-minded individuals, right? But I think
Mm,
sometimes we get caught up on thinking that we need to be the same. Okay.
mm, mm,
And so in the community, in order for it to survive, there has to be a succession plan. So the elders have to be able to bridge the gap between, the middle age and the younger as they come in. And a lot of times what I see happening now is that we see our differences and we write each other off based on the differences. Those
mm,
young kids are entitled, and so we're not working with them. Those old heads don't know what they're talking about, so we're not listening to them. Instead, what the community has always been is first and foremost, you build a rapport, which means you build a relationship. So right now, what we have is everybody is criticizing and critiquing one another instead of looking at people for more than what they are on the surface and finding out what their strengths are. So if you're a kid, millennial, whatever, younger generation, and you're into rap, I put this in the comment. Okay, so because you know how to rap, instead of me approaching you like, hey, all these young kids want to do is listen to these nursery rhyme rappers that ain't talking about nothing. No, I'm going to tell them, look, I know you want some money, right? I know that you want to be able to have nice shoes, nice clothes. Those things are all well and good in their place. But you also have to, prepare for your future. I'm going to teach you how to do that. And because I know you want money, I'm going to do it in a way where you work for whatever, we set up an agreement where they get money, right? But
mm.
then you say, I've also noticed that, the rap songs, and I'm just making this up off the top of my head, right? So by knowing rap, that means you know how to rhyme. That means you know a simile, you know a metaphor, you know onomatopoeia, you know how to use figurative language, you know how to do syllables and all of those things. So these younger children right here that are struggling in reading, your assignment is for 30 minutes a day, an hour a day. You work with the younger children and help them to read. While you help them to read, I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna help you get the money that you want for what it is that you have, right?
Hmm.
And so this does some key things to build a community. One, it shows that you see value in them.
Hmm.
When someone knows that you value them and that you need them in order for the wheel to turn, you get their buy-in because they know they're a part. Like I tell my children, hey, you're the part of this family. We need you. Like we need you to be here. What you bring to the table is important. Sometimes we're sad. We need you because you know how to make us laugh. So when you show up here, you show up and you report for duty. Small, but it teaches them, hey, I'm a part of this, and this thing doesn't work without me being here. Then it gives them a sense of responsibility because they're responsible for people who are coming up younger than them. So now they learn what it is to be a leader, they learn what it is to be a teacher, they learn what it is to be looked up to. Then they turn around and they learn what it is to be a follower, they learn what it is to be accountable, they learn what it is to follow directions. So you're building a leader and a follower at the same time, along with another generation that'll come up to be a leader and a follower at the same time. But a lot of times we think, hey, you got to be just like me in order for this to work. You know, you like red, I like red. We can be best friends. But it doesn't work that way. We don't want a whole crayon box of red. We want all the different colors. So that means red, you got to get with yellow if we're ever going to get orange. And a lot of us don't know how to do that. We don't know how to look at people and say, hey, just show up however you are. And I'm confident enough in myself, I'm humble enough to be able to look and see that, hey, you've got something that I don't have. I need what that is that you have, and I'm willing to get out of the way. I'm willing to cheer you on. I'm willing to do whatever needs to be done so that I can get what it is that you have, because together we make the community. That's what community is. Just so people might be overweight, right? And that comes from, whatever, lazy, you like snacks, you got a thyroid problem, you're depressed, you're emotional eating, right? But they
It's
might
really,
have
wait, Love C, it's really a weight problem. You can't wait to eat. No, but go ahead. Go
but
ahead, Love C.
but you take that, they may have a weight problem, right? But they may be very good when it comes to handling business or finances or something of that nature. So
Mhm.
they have something to bring to the table, and they might not have what you have, but that's okay because we've got you. So we don't need them to have to be a you. We need you to be a you, and then you can help them. That's how it works, is everyone brings what it is they have, and instead of everybody judging the gift, we accept it for what it is and find out where we can put it to work. That's what builds a community. We don't need to all be alike. We don't need to all think alike. Now we do need to have like common goals, but hey, I'll work if you got 3 of the 5, 2 of the 5, 1 of the 5, depending on how confident another person is and what it is they're teaching you, I can get your buy-in. I can get you from 1 out of 5 to 3 out of 5 just because I'm willing to work with you. That might not be a job for everybody, but we can find somebody who does that. That's why I said just do. If you get in and you do what it is that you're good at, you're passionate at what it is that you do, you're going to draw your people to you. That's what gets people's mind when they see you, when they can see like, hey, this person sincerely cares about me. They see me for who I am. That's how you get the buy-in of young children. They want to be seen, and they see that rappers and all these other people are being seen, whether it's for good or bad. A lot of the celebrities are seen for doing bad, so you can't tell your children, hey, don't do that, you doing this bad stuff, that's not going to get you what you want. And they like, yes it is. They got attention and a bag, so you can't tell me that acting a fool can't get me paid.
Hmm.
So you have to approach it in a very different way, but it takes being intentional. It takes, making a connection with people and not having superficial relationships. You got to get to the heart of who somebody is. Once you get their heart, man, that's it. That's the building. But nobody, we have to take the time to do that.
Hmm.
We have to invest in people, and allow other people to invest in us.
So I heard you say being intentional, getting to the heart of who someone is. And what was the third thing that you just now said?
Create value. You have to create value in the people for
Hey,
whatever it
hey,
is they bring to the table.
Hey, create value in the people. Hey, listen, be magic. That
Ed,
those are some bars right there. Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
on real
yeah,
quick.
yeah.
I got you.
That's
Those are
something I
some
want
bars
to.
right there, and that's some things that I guess is an answer to the question. That sounds like good answers to me. What's going on, Mr. Lyman? How you doing, man?
Um,
Did you want to say something?
yeah, the statistic about black kids not being able to read. Where can I find that at? I keep hearing this. I never heard this before.
I don't know. I've never cited that statistic. I've never cited that
No,
statistic, so I don't know where to find it. I'll be honest with you.
Love C.
Yeah,
Love C. You
regardless
know where I can
if the
find it?
numbers add up, it's fairly true.
Where
Oh, go ahead.
hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I like all my life, all my peers been able to read. My kids know how to read. I just never heard of this black kids not being able to read past the third grade level. That's crazy. It's insane to me.
Yeah, they said fourth grade level,
That's
but
why
I'll
I
be
asked for the
honest.
study. I want to see like the areas of where this is happening at.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'll be honest. Even my son, like I said, my son's a very, very intelligent young man. But like when it comes to reading and getting him to read, it's like an act of Congress. Sometimes I gotta like really kind of force him, and then I tell him, look, this is not a punishment, but you got to do this, like you know what I'm saying, because your reading has to be A1 day one. And yo, speaking of A1 day one, shout out to my man D. Hey, Kyle said, how will this community be sustainable without proper functioning families? And I would argue, Kyle, and I'm gonna bring that question around, but I would argue that the community can't be sustainable without proper functioning families.
You got to start with
Yeah,
functioning individuals before it
yeah, I
starts.
agree. I agree. But if you think about it, is those same things apply if you're in a functioning, if you're going to be have a functioning family, right? I don't know a man, I'm married to a man. I have 4 sons. I don't know. Do I 3, 4? Yeah, 4. I don't.
You gotta check.
I got to
Sometimes you gotta check to make sure.
I got to check. No, it's not 3, 4, it's 3. It's 3.
Three
But
sons. How
I
many
don't know.
children do you have, Lovesy?
4.
4. Okay, you have 3 boys and 1 girl.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're 5 of me and my sisters and brothers, but they're 4 of them. So,
Okay, no doubt.
um I don't know a man or a male child that enjoys being consistently critiqued and criticized for anything.
Mm,
Like even a dog wants to be pet, once in a while. So
mm,
the same thing happens in the family when you're able to recognize the value, in a person, in your husband, in a man that you want to deal with. A lot of times we look and we're looking at superficial things, right? This man may not make whatever, somebody lied to you and told you that you needed to live on, to survive in the world. He may not make that yet. He may not make that at all. But if you can look and see, like I said, the value that he does bring, if he has integrity, if he has good work ethic, and if he has discipline, he can do anything. He can increase in all different types of ways. But if you're not willing to find the good that's in him and then increase that good, support that good, and then once you build a relationship and you've shown somebody, hey, I see the value in them, then when it is time for you to approach the areas where where there's room for improvement or where they need to grow, they're more receptive to you because you've already built a positive relationship with them. You've already, seen them for who they are and added value to them. So now they can trust your critique isn't an attack. It's for their best interest. That happens within a family. When you can do that as a woman, that encourages a man to, one, go out and do some work and, build a family with you, knowing that it'll be appreciated for what it is that he does. It also inspires him to continue to grow. He just might trust you with his dream. And y'all
mm.
just might be able to build something together. Then you take the integrity of that man and the motivation that the woman provide, you put that together, and then you breed children and you teach them the same thing. Those things apply. The same basics that apply for an individual apply for a family, apply for a marriage, apply for a job, apply for friends. The rules of relationships are always the same because people are the same.
Wow. Yo, let me
Keep hope out of my house. Get out! Get out! Well, you ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get up out of here. Bye.
That was to my boy, Mr. Alignment. Yo, shout out to Mr. Alignment. I appreciate you coming through, family, and chopping it up with us. You know, but yo, Love C, man, wow, that's some deep stuff that you dropped there, and I mean, it's really profound. I think that yeah, D, salute to you. I think that really what you're saying in a nutshell is that we have to learn how to show appreciation to each other. We have to learn how to compliment one another and to build rapport with each other, not just on a surface level, but on a more deeper level, so that when we have that rapport, when we have that relationship with people, then us asking them to do something, they won't mind doing. They'll actually want to do it. Is that aligned with what you were talking about?
Sure. Yep. You're a great listener, Israel.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. It's a thing I worked on a lot. Trust me. Yo, thank you, Kyle. He said our ancestors. Okay, so Kyle said our ancestors had it right during Reconstruction, somewhere along the 80s, and OGs fumbled. Yeah. I can agree. Dust, it seemed like you want to say something on the matter. What's going on with you, Dust?
Just a couple things.
Mhm.
It's weird. We just did a show on traditions. Did they work or did they fail? I talked to an aunt of mine, of course, talked to my parents, whatever. And I came to levels of forgiveness where they dropped the ball or whatever. It's whatever. Ain't nobody perfect. And at the end of the day, I had a good childhood. I have a good life. But there's a lot of things where they did fail. And there's a few things that they taught or didn't teach. Like, do this because I said so. That's challenging and restricting somebody to critical thinking. My generation needed to know why. That's why we asked, because we need to know why. So you just cheated us out of learning. Do this or I'm gonna beat you. The beatings that restricts from critical thinking. It's just the lowest level of influence, inflict pain, versus actual influence. I had a combo of both growing up, but I see the effect that it had on a lot of people. The other thing is people going and keep blaming the generation, blaming, where they blame their parents, who blame their parents, who blame the white men, and blame. It's wasted energy because it pulls people off track. Versus blaming for the problem, you're supposed to be spending more time identifying the problem and looking for the solution. And somewhere you can find a person who has the solution or is the solution. And I refer to weight because it's visual. Person's overweight, they can go somewhere and see someone who's not and ask 5 questions. They'll probably get 5 different solutions. Talk to 5 people. Next thing you know, they can lose 5 pounds. Some things just need to be simplified and then an action put to it. Forgot what my other point was. But love seeing Israel. One good thing, y'all, the active listening part, that's something that should have been taught. But whatever we didn't get, it's not too late to start teaching now. People need to be doing better versions of active listening. Not just listening to the respond, garbage. Listening to record means the words went in and I know what the words were. That's low. Listening to understand, but also listening all the way deep to even feel, to where you understand where the person's coming from, why they said what they said. There's almost to where you can predict what they're going to say next. You already got 3 questions you can ask them, and then you can connect and relate and actually have a deeper conversation with a person. And I'll say this, 2019 was the year I found out I wasn't good listener. I was 39. And I went back and realized that's why 2 relationships of women I could have married failed. One in 2011, one in 2013. And I looked in the mirror and said, I don't want to be that person. I'm going to actually step up and I'm going to improve. And became a better listener. Of course, the troll, you got to be a good listener. Come on.
Well, Dust, before you continue, I would like, because a lot of times we speak in these real just blanketed abstract terms where we're not really, arbitrary terms, where we're not really defining anything and we're not really saying what we mean, right? So what I would like for you to do, if you don't mind, is to share some things that you focused on to help you become a better listener as someone who is a self-proclaimed not good listener at one time.
Okay. If I give you an example, It's probably the first time I ever said it. I started in the dust panels over here, the yelling, the arguing, the crazy stuff, which isn't my normal life. And then as I start to listen, when things calm down, I actually start learning stuff about people and how they, whatever. But I had the habits of interrupting, jumping in, because it's always fast paced. And so what I started to do, come in a certain panel, don't say nothing until somebody actually calls my name. I might sit for 5 minutes, don't say nothing. That was not me a year ago. Sometimes I just click the mute button to work on a discipline of not interrupting. That wasn't me a year ago, year and a half ago. It was not. One of my best friends, when I lived in Houston, always been on me about interrupting it. Like from the East Coast, he's from the West Coast. He talks super slow. I talk more fast. From Virginia, a lot of people from New York, New Jersey talk fast. So I always just had to constantly, daily keep working on not interrupting, waiting for somebody to finish, and then trying to ask a question or fully understand what it is somebody's saying. Daily practice. Somebody said, share the story again.
But no, I got you. So I'm gonna tie it in because you said mute. So one thing you did was you muted, right? Another thing that you did was you programmed yourself to not respond until someone called your name. The other thing that you did was you was working on not interrupting because your homeboy from Cali was getting on to you extremely a lot about interrupting. So you worked on not interrupting and then fully getting what someone was saying, so that you could even understand what they're saying, you know what I'm saying, before you responded, right? Those were so I just gave y'all 4 key things.
Yes, the very thing that you just did.
And then repeat. Yeah, that's another thing. Then you repeat
right now.
Yeah, repeat back to the person in their own words what they said. These are sales techniques, really, but you repeat back to the person what they said in their own words, so that they know that you're listening, and so they know that you understand what they're saying. And then other people, like we hear Beans all the time say, "Yo, you mischaracterized what I said. You mischaracterized what I said." So you hear Beans say, because what he wants to hear is his exact words repeated back to him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
his listening style is a little different. I mean, me and him get into it plenty of times. We had actually a productive conversation about a week ago.
Oh, salute to Beans. Salute to Beans.
The thing of active listening is like Love C's level of it, to where you can actually feel the person through their words. That's the top level. I'm still trying to get there and trying to get there consistently. Not just hearing what they said, these words came out, this is what it means, but you actually feel their words. Like, I ain't going in detail about it, but it's kind of hard to explain. But I'll leave it at that.
Mm.
You're doing good, Desto. You're doing good.
And there's some parts. Hey, I want to go back to B Magic. B Magic, I ain't heard from you in a while. What do you have to say on this stuff? Like, what are your thoughts or some things that are coming to you from hearing this stuff?
Yes, it all starts with the man in the mirror. We've heard that before. Michael Jackson wrote a song about it. Obviously, it starts with the individual at hand, and being close to a person and investing in a person doesn't necessarily mean that person's free will would choose the your path that you're trying to put them on either. There's a lot of people, like Dusto said, is overweight, and they no matter who loves them or what situation they have been in, they choose the wrong path. And I'm just trying to see what is the way that we can capture their mind, because just loving somebody usually isn't enough.
Well, to answer your question, B Magic, I think Love C actually did and I'm glad that she came up.
She did an awesome job.
Yeah. I think that some of the things that she said, as far as being intentional, getting to the heart of who someone is, creating value with that person, and being basically what she said, and I'm gonna paraphrase this one, but basically what she was saying is be slow to criticize and critique, and be more fast to praise. And when you critique, and I'm adding to what she said, you critique in private and criticize in private, and then you openly praise people in public. You know what I'm saying? And those
Right.
things build to adding to building a rapport and getting a rapport with somebody. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
then once you get that rapport, then they're more likely to do what you're saying or do what you're suggesting because they have a stake in it with you. Also, she was saying, um and I want you to build on this, but also she was saying when you value them, and they need, like, so basically valuing a person and then showing them that you need them to a certain degree and showing them their importance. Yo, when I was coming up, right, I grew up in the sales background, and I was a very, very good salesperson. To Love C's point, part of the reason why I was way above average than most people is most people think that sales is the art of manipulation or the art of convincing somebody of something. No, I didn't learn sales like that. The way I learned sales was the art of listening. The art of listening to people and giving people what they say that they want. People don't want to be sold. People want to buy, but they don't want to be sold nothing. People don't want to be convinced of anything. People don't want to be told what to do. People don't want to be want you to try to manipulate them or cause them nothing. They don't want that. That's not what people want. People want to buy. People want to feel good about what they're buying, and people want to confer with experts in the field or trusted advisors, right? And so as a salesperson, I took that approach where I was an expert advisor. These are my friends. We're building a rapport. I'm getting to know them, like Love C was saying, and I'm understanding that they are important, that they're bringing something to the table, and they have value. And by me identifying their value, by me being able to relate to them in some type of way, or them being able to relate to me in some type of way, we built a sort of friendship, so to speak. And through that sort of friendship, they was able to make a buying decision, right? It wasn't that I sold them anything or I conned them into anything. No, they wanted to buy. And because they liked me and they liked my personality, they bought from me. Because we gotta be honest, in America, shoot, you could buy anything from anywhere. There's so much competition, and there's so many people selling stuff, and so many people buying for your dollar, right? So at the end of the day, what Love C saying, the solution is by investing in people, taking the time and investing in people, right? Love C, getting to know them, getting to appreciate them, and letting them know that you need them and you need their contribution to whatever you're doing, and praising them when they're making these contributions and when they're adding value, and then reinforcing that, right? Love C, I want you to you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you nailed it. That's it. That's that's basically, to me, I think that's the root of it. I wanted to say too, we talk a lot about reading, and I also don't know that statistic. I've heard it said that some sort of percentage of black boys read at like a third or a fourth grade level, and from that number they make a projection about about the need for prisons. I've heard
Prisons.
something of that nature. But one thing that I've learned, and I watched my mother do this. My mother read. She read books, and I watched her read. She read books, she read the Bible, and that's just what she did. And because she read, we read. When they gave a suggested reading list, like Our Father, it was not a suggestion. It was a mandatory that we read. And we wrote book reports on what it was that we read, because my parents understood that your ability to read and comprehend extends to every subject that you'll ever do. It extends to your reading to have to do, and that's how we end up, as that's how children who do not have good reading comprehension skills fail standardized tests, because they're unable to read the directions or read the word problems. But a lot of times we use reading as a punishment. You don't get no electronics, you don't get nothing, you just got to read. So children learn that reading is a punishment instead of an outlet or something that's beneficial. But you got to take them to the library, find the book that they want. My middle child, he'll tell you quick. I put that book back. Why don't you want it? Because it's black, it's gray and white. It ain't no pictures. Now, me, I want to tell them, look, you need to get a book that's, whatever. Hey, if you want a book that's, whatever with pictures on it, get you a book with pictures. Whatever it is that you like, you get it, because it creates a love for reading, whether they're reading the newspaper, a magazine, a street sign. When you're out with the children, hey, I'm telling them, hey, who can find a P, who can find something that makes the sound, just encourage them to read and reward them for that, because whatever they're rewarded for, children, that's what they'll do. If you reward them for reading, they'll learn how to read. They'll like to read. But you have to create good readers, and people who love to read are created by watching other people read. And that's what builds reading skills with children. Even if they're reading a book about, on it may be on a different grade level, but if you encourage the reader in them, they'll read all the time. But they have to see us doing it. We can't be on our phone all day and then tell them, like, you get off your phone and read. They looking like, you don't get off your phone and read. This, and you seem to be doing all right. So it takes a discipline to build a reader and to teach children to develop that love of reading. But if a child can read, they will excel in school, simply because you got to read everything. You have to. Even in business, you have to be able to read.
No doubt about it. Yo, salute to my brother B Magic. Yo, I appreciate you coming through.
No matter what the situation, I'm just trying to climb. Got to feel a nigga face.
Yo, thank you to Reed. I appreciate you. Reed said, gotta pay my dues. Y'all speaking a lot of truth. Yo, thank you, Reed. I appreciate that. Appreciate the Cash App. Listen, if y'all want y'all comments read in the chat, hit the Cash App. If you wanted just one comment read, particularly, just put in the for section your name and do $5, and I'll read the Cash App. I'll read the your comments in the chat or the Cash App, and or both. If you want your comments read every time, just hit the Cash App, $20, $ Israel Mills, and I'll highlight your comment each and every time in the chat. All right. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the love and support. Y'all keep that coming. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this stuff don't be easy. It's not easy to get up, right, and talk in front of people and just talk, right? And the truth of the matter is, if anybody ever really watched me, right, they might say, oh, he has all this material stuff and he has this and he has that. But what they don't realize is I'm sitting in the desk with like 70 books in front of me right now. And so anything that I've attained, anything that I've become has been, like to Love C's point, has been through the books I've read, the seminars I've attended, and the trainings I've been through, and the people I've been around. So when you look at me and you might say, oh, well, is this, and I've heard a lot of people say, well, is don't know what you talk about, is stupid, or is this and that, and I laugh because I'm like, okay, that's interesting, because you can't be where I'm from and survive and be stupid. You can't be where I'm from and going through what I've gone through and be able to thrive and be dumb. It just doesn't happen, right? So what happens is this, but I can't take the credit for that. It's the grace and mercy of God, number one, the attributes to God, number two. But the third thing is the work that I put in through reading, the work that I put in through attending seminars and attending trainings, the work that I put in through being around multimillionaires and people who are forward moving and people who are progressing in life. And that's the only way that, you know what I'm saying? So if anyone was to take everything that I have tomorrow, I'll get it all back within 3 months. The reason being is because it's not about the material things. It's not about anything material. It's about what I've learned, and you can't take what I've learned. What's going on, Des? What do you want to say on that matter?
No, I'm just listening. What was I about to say? Just thinking.
Well, Princess has said in the meantime, my parents said people cannot take my knowledge. Hey, I didn't even see that comment. They taught me how to be self-taught. No doubt about that. Hey, listen, and that's one thing no one can ever take from you. Now, I mean, granted, they could take your life, and then I guess they take your knowledge, but it ain't gonna matter anyway. Um, Princess has said, as an adult, I still apply the principle my parents taught me as a small child. Ain't no doubt about it. The Bible says, train a child in the way that they should go, and when they become adult, they will not depart, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I like how Love C was talking about the criticism, and yeah, I'm guilty of it. But then again, different. I'm gonna say a different environment, different response. If it's a dust panel, I'm bringing dust. But hey, that's the environment for it. But if it's a regular conversation, I'm a little more. I'm a little more sensitive. Hold on.
Yeah, no doubt. So just to say this too, Love C, and I really appreciate your comments and your perspective, man. It's refreshing. Some people might not understand, but like to the people who understand and to people that know, the remembrances that you bring, or even the concepts that you bring that are definitely based in wisdom are much needed and much appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely,
Thank
absolutely,
you. I
without
appreciate
question.
it. I
Yeah,
like
you.
talking about the solutions, and I enjoy family and discussions about family and marriage and um parenting. I think there are things that we don't often talk about and that we're not intentional about. Um, and as I got older, I realized, I had a good upbringing. I had, a good family, but there are a lot of things that they weren't intentionally taught to me. I saw them because they were what happened around me, but I was never really taught how to replicate those things for myself. I wasn't given them and had it broken down for me in what I'm supposed to do moving forward, or how I'm supposed to execute this on my own. And that made me like want to be very intentional about the way that I raise my own children. And even in conversations with my family, talking to them about different things where we could have done better, and how we move forward so that the next generation isn't affected by that. So I like to have those conversations. I like to be to talk about where I could have done better, and where does lack come from, and how do we avoid perpetuating those things over and over again. So I'm glad that you're having these kind of conversations, because sometimes just in talking about it or listening to other people talk, you can pinpoint areas where you need to grow. So when I'm here, that's what that does for me.
Yo, and it definitely, hearing you and Dusta also pinpointed some areas in my life where I need to grow as well. So, iron sharpens iron, and each one teach one. But look, if y'all are enjoying this conversation, right? Y'all look out through the Cash App. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be much. If you don't have much, that's okay. You can just drop a $5 or $2 or $3 in there. You know what I'm saying? Hit the Cash App. That way we know that conversations like these are appreciated, right? And if you want your comments read, the whole time, go ahead and hit the Cash App, $20, $ Israel Mills. If you want your comment just read once, just hit the Cash App, $5, whatever the case may be, and I'll read that particular comment. But at the same time, listen, when you guys hit the Cash App, because of course we don't have super chat right now, right? When you hit the Cash App and you show your support of conversations like this, that lets us content creators know that it's good and it's okay to have these conversations more often. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of times drama is the thing that most people want to tune into and most people want to get with, and that's unfortunate. But go ahead, Dust. I know you wanted to get in on this.
I'll say this. It's something I'm learning more and more and more. Guess people don't see it, but trolling and all the reckless stuff, I'm still listening, I'm still observing, I see and I feel everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that's going on. But the world has now become the number one currency that they're actually not talking about is management of emotions. This is an emotional world. They can keep telling the men, go get the bag and it's going to get you all these ladies. No, learn how to manage emotions, get you most ladies. It's their currency. It's not cash. Emotions come first. How to talk to people. I mean, life is about experiences, love, and relationships. Some good, some bad. But when people talk about getting the money and living all this life, what do you want that life for? It's going to come down to love and relationships. That's what it's going to come down. The best, if you ask people about the best times they had in their life, when they're a kid, they ain't had no money, no way. They had no wife and all this other stuff. But they remember that time helping, doing this with their dad, going to the park, whatever. That's relationships. That's positive energy. That's communication. That's family. So it's not as much focus on the real things that matter and challenging people to see through the surface level all the BS, all the celebrity garbage and just a bunch of garbage. Seeing what is the very thing that people want. I'm gonna keep pushing health. Let's be real. If you look slim trim with abs like glue in the dark, you'd be feeling great.
Abs like glue in the dark.
Glow in the dark Tyler Perry movie. I'm almost there.
Okay, salute to you, Dust.
But now, or a woman. Let's be real. Most of a woman's currency is how she looks by the outside viewers. That's not going to change. These things do matter. And not saying anything against what Love She was saying. Yes, the people still do have value, overweight or not. I mean, people got strong points and low points. But simply put, filter through the BS and go direct to the source of handling some of the basic things and find a solution to those problems, and then the actions to come with it would change people dramatically.
No doubt about it.
Positive energy. That's another one. To be honest, when I be trolling and roasting it ain't no harm. I'm just having fun. Because I know I can say some things that really rip people apart if I really wanted to.
Yeah,
But
you usually keep it surface level. You really don't really go like in deep, like I've heard some people go. I mean, you just be like, you just like, oh, yo, the white man, oh, woman. And I be dying laughing though. I can't fret. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, people are bleeding for any form of acceptance, positivity, validation. They're bleeding for it to the point where they're willing to fight and kill for it. And I just don't. I'm still learning that program of how people are getting there and staying there. But I honestly want to see some change.
Absolutely. Hey, yo, thank you for the Cash App, Dust. This for you.
No matter what the situation, I'm just trying to climb. Just to a nigga face.
Thank you, Dust. I appreciate that. Appreciate the Cash App. Thank you, family. You know what I'm saying? And listen, unless y'all want my uncle to come through on y'all, I suggest y'all please hit the Cash App, show some love. You know what I'm saying?
Stop the madness! Orders the security guard is here.
Y'all don't want my uncle to be coming out here like that, man.
No way.
Uncle Otis don't know how to act. Uncle Otis don't know how to act. So stop the madness. Hit the Cash App, show your love. You know what I mean? Show your love and hit the Cash App. I appreciate you. Salute to Princessa. Thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you. Definitely salute to KGY. Thank you, sir. So, Princessa said, this is why these conversations are important. Many have similarities in their stories, but not the same background. It takes all of our experiences to have a well-rounded community. Ain't no doubt about that. Salute to you. No doubt about that.
Yeah, it's shit. Community is a form of. I was talking to Mandrell offline about this earlier this morning. A community is supposed to be a form of a Venn diagram, and people having the behavior, knowing how to eat the meat, spit out the bones. So, and I'll say this also. I grew up in the Black community, not just a whole bunch of Black people, but an actual community. Green grass, garages, adjustable basketball goals, fathers, 2 cars in the driveway. That's what that's my norm. That's what I know. So Sorry, I'm multitasking and reading the chat, which I ain't supposed to.
Well, you was talking about the garage and the multifamily homes and the.
Yeah.
We listening. We with you, Dust. We with you. Go ahead.
No, I was talking to him. I was talking to him this morning, and I lost my train of thought. What the hell was I talking to him about?
About families and how you grew up and that, you know what I'm saying, we're not
Community is a Venn diagram.
yeah, Venn
Oh,
diagram.
okay. Yeah. Here's the deal. How it's supposed to work. I'm from Virginia. Love C's from Chicago. You from New York, I think, or
Yeah,
somewhere.
originally. Yep.
Different ages, different people, different things.
Mhm.
And we focus on different things. We got different strengths and weaknesses. Somehow, and there should be a middle ground where we can all connect and have
Mhm.
conversations. Then we start pulling the things from the outside, expanding and making that the middle part, making it bigger and bigger and bigger. Next thing you know, we can talk about dance. We can talk about Spanish culture. We can talk about vacation, where it started just from one little thing. And
Mhm.
then as we share knowledge, as we start to know each other, have different conversations, actually listen, understanding. I can tell you about Virginia. I can tell you about Texas. I can tell you about the Army. Now we have more understanding. Next thing you know, somebody who was Army comes on the panel. Somebody who is Hispanic comes on. Next thing you know, the knowledge is actually growing versus a Venn diagram where the middle is nothing but the battleground. The
Mm.
people from the outside and everything you put together in the middle is the battleground. Fighting over money, fighting over the microphone, fighting over who knows what, who's smarter, who's bigger, versus sharing what it is that we do have.
Mhm.
I'll tell y'all, there's some stuff that I don't know.
Mhm.
Some stuff I just don't care. If I don't care, I know how to just not talk. If I don't know, I know how to ask a question or just not talk about it or just troll. Trolling is still entertaining, but people still have something to offer.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when one person, it don't take but one person to violate it, and then the middle becomes a battleground. It's how we're built. I mean, let's be real. That's all
That
I got.
makes sense. And Princess has said, I like when Scam Likely, as Scam Likely, shares his true thoughts and intellect, and he's not trolling.
I want to troll. Who's got the best?
So, Love C, well, I know you want to say something on the matter. We're listening.
No, he just basically like I agree with that. I think he's summed up pretty much the way that you come together and you find those common goals, but see the common things. I think a lot of times the common things you can bond over is the things that are not common that creates the fight. Because we'll say like, oh, men are different than women. We're not built the same. We're not supposed to be the same. But then when you see the other person behaving in a different way, you're like, oh, you're doing this, you're doing that. Why can't you just be this way instead of just allowing people to be the way that they are? There's a balance that's required. And so I think that that's what families build. A lot of the problems we have in relationships are because you didn't first grow up in a family. That family teaches you, like, don't nobody have to teach you how a man is. When you grew up with a father and brothers, you already know how they are. You learned how they are. And so you may not know the in depth of the person that you're marrying, but um you have a baseline of what a man in general is, what a boy in general is. And so then you take that and you're able to build on that. So it starts with, the broken family is bigger than what we say, oh, this is, and that's, it's not a, oh, this is just a single mother problem. No, this is a broken family problem, because for every single mother there's a single father, and there's a child in a broken home. And so until we stop looking at it as isolating and say, no, 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 that's on you. No, 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 that's on you. No, this is on all of us. We bear responsibility for it together. Now you accept your role, I'll accept my role and work on those. But there's a role that everybody plays. And that's the part that I think is very difficult for us to understand. We want to say, no, no, that's on you. You shouldn't have never had sex with him unprotected. And you that's all on you, but there's a role that the man plays, there's a role that the woman plays, and if at home people aren't teaching you about your value, the value of your seed, the value of your womb, the value of what it is to bring children into the world, because if you don't value who you are, you don't value yourself, you will be careless with the way that you bring children into the world because you don't see them as anything of valuable. But if
Mm,
you're valuable, you value yourself. When you bring children into the world, you realize I'm bringing in an extension of myself and this other person that I saw value in. So this child is valuable times two. I'm going to bring them into the world as such. I'm going to raise them as such. I'm going to care for them, love them, and speak of them as such. It changes your mentality and it changes the way you function. You'll be hard pressed to abandon, neglect, abuse a child when you look at them and you see the value in who they are, the value in who you are, and the value of the other person that you created that child with. It makes
mm.
it very difficult to break a bond like that.
Yo, Young and Fly Six said, well, first, yo, shout out to Big Rig. I'm back from shutdown for the day. Yo, shout out to you, Big Rig. Appreciate you, fam, always, man. Hey, so Young and Fly Six first said, how do we bridge the gap between black conservatives and liberals, being that they view things differently? So I want you to attack that first, if you will. Dust, and then Love C, and then if you want to, Mr. Alignment, you could attack that as well.
A few different things. Why is there a gap to begin with? Okay, let's explain it. Going back to the Venn diagram, one person believes this, another person believes that. What do you both believe in together? That should be the thought. Or is it a matter of I believe this and you believe that? Now we got to fight about it. Like, what is the common goal? Or what is the initial goal, self-wise? And then what's the common goal? And then where's the conversation with the listening and talking? Because then you might find that there's no reason to fight, and actually you can actually work together regardless of what you think and what you believe. Same thing with the light. The number one I can't stand is just light and dark.
Yeah, I can't stand that conversation either.
It ain't even
I can't
just being honest. It's just not even funny. And then they complain flavor. No,
I can't stand it either.
But
I ain't gonna lie to you.
The rich people and the broke people, the streets, the men against women, like come with a mindset already. Like, how can I bring value, or can we just have a conversation in good faith and just talk and listen to each other? But that doesn't matter if it's black liberals, men and women, old versus new. Just have basic conversations, talk and listen to each other. Because to be honest, all views are fairly needed. Even the wrong people. There's a lot of value in finding out how did people do wrong. It'll teach you how to actually have a conversation with other people to keep them from doing wrong, or keep your own self from doing wrong. You'll be surprised what you can learn. I'll leave it at that.
And then to add on to that real quick, Dust, what Princess said, our roles are adjoined, and she also said our structure is supported by both holding their posts. Good points. What I would like to say, say that again.
Is she referring to family?
No, I believe, were you referring to family, or were you referring to family or conservatives and liberals? We just want to know, Princessa. But in the meantime, what I wanted to say is this. I almost lost my thought. I believe that. Damn, I had a good one. Now I lost my thought, I think. Go ahead, Love C. I lost my thought just that fast. Go ahead, Love C.
Oh, I was waiting on what it was that you had to say.
Well, wait, I think I
ahead.
got it back. Well, did I get it back? Conservatives, liberals, conservatives, men, women. Man, I had a profound. Go ahead, Love C. My fault. I lost it.
So he was saying, how do we bridge the gap between black conservatives and black liberal?
And then Kyle clarifies that one side believes in self-responsibility, the other believes in the white power structure. Us solving our problems. Oh, okay. Yo, oh, okay. I think I want to address that. I apologize to Love C real quick. As black people, that's what I want to say. As black people, most of us have the same experience. Most of us have the same type of experience in America. Black Americans, most of us grew up, especially under a certain age, most of us grew up the same type of way. You will have some exceptions, like Love C, I think is an exception, kind of in a lot of the ways that she grew up. But a lot of us, if like Dust was saying earlier, from city to city, we can relate to each other, being based on the things that we experience. They're usually the same from one city to another city. And so, especially as Black Americans. So I do want to say that a lot of us have a lot more in common than we have that's not in common. But go ahead, Lovesy. Thank you.
So, I'm not sure, to be completely honest. I'll just say I don't know. I think that the I'm not necessarily sure that we're supposed to bridge the gap. Um, I find that people believe whatever however they believe in problem solving, it's developed from when they were a child. So if you look at the backgrounds of people, you can kind of you can kind of assume for the most part what side they lean to. Um, so I think that if at the core of what it is that you're doing, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like you I know a woman, um, an older woman that she was a mentor to me,
I'll be right back.
and she was married. She had children, and her husband abandoned them when she had three really small children. Right? She was an educator. Um, she was a teacher, and to she made the decision to leave her job and to get on welfare so that she could be there with her children, because with her husband being gone, um he there that financial load, wasn't there, the financial help wasn't there anymore, right? So she stayed home with her children. Now you can look at that, and if you just met her and didn't know her backstory, you would say, like, you're just lazy, trying to live off of the system. She homeschooled her children, and she did, odd jobs and things like that until they were school aged, and then she went back to working in the school again, and went back, and the foundation then at that point that she had created for her children, all of them, are well off, mentally and emotionally, I'm saying. They completed school, they went on to college and things like that. And so she sacrificed for those, I think it was like a 3-year span of time until the youngest was in school, and then she went back again. But during that time while she was there, she also went to school so that she could have another degree, after when she went back to work. And so the stories for people can be different depending on whatever it is that they're exposed to. I think if we put too much stock into labels, like you're a conservative and you're a this and you're a that, if we take the focus off of labels that were created by other people, and when you create your own system of morals and principles and you live by those things, then that will I think that it almost makes those constructs null and void, um, especially when you have created a structure for yourself, your family. When you've created a structure that you live by, it makes some of those other government entities, they like, they're not as important, depending on the way that you raise your children. You may never care what happens with Planned Parenthood, because your children and you and your wife and your sons and daughters, they don't need the services. And if there are more people like you who live in your neighborhood or whatever, the case may be, then you make the decision of what it is that you want in your neighborhood, whether that be, a liquor store on the corner, or people standing outside on the corner, or you got a cleanup crew. That's decided by the people, that's decided by the men of that community, not by whether you're, liberals and conservatives. I believe they all love their family the same. So if you can find that common ground and work from there, I think that's what helps to bridge the gap. But I'm not necessarily sure that it has to be bridged or how to go about doing that. That's something that like I've never really given thought to. So that's a really good question, but I don't like I'm rambling kind of because I'm thinking about it as I go, but I don't know. I don't know how that can be successfully done or if it's even supposed to be done.
It's a
Well,
hard.
yeah, I would agree that mostly it's about finding a common chord, and like you said, most of the common chords are we love our families, we want the best for our families, we want to provide the most that we can, the best that we can for ourselves and for our families. So those are common chords that go through all generally races, creeds, colors, and financial status. You know what I mean? So those are some things, and political affiliation. Those are some things that we can align on. But much to your point, Kyle, I would say that as people, we have to learn how to, as Ruthless Truth would say, shout out to Ruthless Truth, yo, learn how to strengthen your argument and substantiate your argument more so than trying to fight and argue and go back and forth. So strengthen your argument and learn how to substantiate your argument instead of putting that energy on attacking people and attacking people personally, because it's not personal. Like most of us on here don't know each other in real life. Of course, you know, if you're like me, there's a couple of people or a few people that you did know in real life along the way, all the way along, right? At the same time, for the most part, most of us don't know each other in real life and are not necessarily aligned or joined with each other in real life. So with that said, you got to kind of take things with a grain of salt, you know what I'm saying, that people say, and not take it personal. There's a book called The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. And one thing the first agreement is be impeccable with your word. The second agreement is don't assume, never assume. The third agreement, well, I think the second agreement is actually don't take anything personal. Don't take anything personally. The third agreement is don't assume. And the fourth agreement is always do your best. So I think that if you follow those agreements, you should be good. Don't take anything personally, no matter what. And don't assume. If you do that, you should be okay. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we don't know what people are. We don't know where people are coming from. Like someone alluded to earlier on the platform. Like people have their own experience. I think it was you, Dusto, when you was talking about how a lot of times when you're listening, when you're trolling, you're able to actually hear where people is coming from. And a lot of times what you hear is the trauma in the past coming up out of their mouth, right? You hear their past experiences coming out their mouth, which has nothing to do with you personally. It's just the reflection of what they've been through and what they've been exposed to, right?
Right. To troll, you have to be able to feel. I shouldn't be letting out troll. I'm gonna start charging troll secrets. We're gonna have trolling 101. It's going to be $59.95. You watch and you can tell what and how people get triggered, and it's part of a story.
Mm.
And usually the energy they're throwing back at you, you got to play ping pong and use some form of that energy and that comment. There's something in their mind, and you slap it back at them. So what you're pitching back at them is something that's in their mind, not in your own. Like if you attacked me and said something about me, I can tell where your insecurity is. You just expose it when you say something about me. I'm gonna come right back at you with that very thing, or in some form of it. But you're showing your pain. You're showing something that you are not when you take cheap shots. Or let's play it. And part of the thing of how come people can't connect together, can't connect, there's this fictional character somebody made up. Just like YouTube has a fictional character called the High Value Man and the Superwoman.
Here you go. Go ahead.
No, let's be real. When they came up with the High Value Man, all of a sudden, everything is supposed to be perfect for every man. The woman. So now you can get up here making $32,000 a year at Amazon warehouse with a felony, a kid on the side as a man. And now you can demand all this cooperation, submission, and blame all the single mothers for everything. It's not realistic. Where the woman can go and quote and say the men ain't leaders. They was blacking in eyes in the 60s. And so they put this fake standard way up here somewhere. They're not there. And then anyone who says anything against it, you got to stuff them in a box. So if I tell you, which is true, the best woman I ever dated was a single parent. She was priorly married, divorced, 2 children.
Well, technically that's not a single parent, right? That's not a single mother. If she was married and she got divorced, that's not technically a single
Yeah,
mother.
true, but it'll be the same thing. And then here comes the army of the robots. Mother, kids. Here they come to stuff me in a box. Simp. Well, you know them kids. Then here comes the gloom and doom mafia. Them kids ain't gonna listen to you. All this stuff. Because I'm supposed to be this person and fit in this box. And how about no? How about another one I can tell you made twice as much money. Beautiful, solid 9. I can tell you about that. I was the problem because I wouldn't listen. I didn't know how to listen. I didn't know how to listen to lead. If I go up, man, you know how them women's is. See, the woman got to fit in this box. She was supposed to cook a sandwich at 3 o'clock, 6, and 9 o'clock. But people aren't having the conversation in good faith, and are not being realistic as far as, okay, where are you and who are we? What can you do? Let's have a conversation.
And look,
unrealistic stuff. Go ahead.
Does speaking of trolls, Gaia, technically that is a single parent. Yeah, it's a single parent, but it's not a single mother by the definition of what they say a single mother is. It's like Miss Arissa says, she's a divorced woman. That's what she is. She's a divorced woman. So if you're divorced, then that just means your relationship didn't work, but you at least made the steps and you did get married. And especially if your children were born from that marriage, then that's not technically a single mother in the way that they use it in these spaces.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is it should start with just some kind of goal and some kind of reason. Like there's dudes who say, man, don't date single moms, or I don't date them because I don't like kids. Okay, cool. Talk to them. But then they're telling you 15 stories about how they're raw dogging them in the streets. You're the problem.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. I agree with you on that.
mean, just some reason, just with talking to people, have some understanding and understand who people are. Love C was a single parent prior to marriage. You were a single mom. No, that's not cool. She's a qualified mother, married to a high value man and some other kind of stuff. And somebody I can learn from. Somebody I listened to that actually taught me some stuff. But if I would have just stuffed her in a box and today is yell at the women day, no knowledge for me. No conversation. But I don't know. It's restricting. People fighting over stuff and almost like it's labels. Like I'm from the street. Like I'm not from the streets. Somebody else is from the streets. Cool. Let's have a conversation.
Right.
It's not what are we competing for?
Right. Right.
I'm 42. Somebody else is 26. Cool. Let me show you what I've been around 16 years longer. Let me share with you something. You might know, you might not. But hey, they're 26. I might want to marry a 26-year-old woman. They're 26. Let me hear what they got to say about what's going on. I mean,
right.
It'd just be more productive if that was that type of energy.
It's a fact. It's a fact. You can learn a lot from anybody, like even if it's what not to do.
Or we can just battle it out and get the trolling. I mean, I'm good with that too.
You like that. So Princessa said, much of what has been discussed is the solution. People build bridges on common ground, no doubt about it. And then Princessa's messing with you, Love C. She said, I'm so sick of Love C speaking my thoughts. Get out of my head, Love C. Get out of my head. She said, you in her head, Love C.
Okay, I will. I mean, she's got some she got to jump on the panel and go ahead and put them out for us.
I mean, Gaia, shout out to you, Gaia. Thank you for coming through. We appreciate Gaia too. Thank you, Marissa Michelle, for coming through. We appreciate you. Yeah, Gaia. I don't know anyway. But so I think that we had a lot of productive conversation today. We have some starting places that we can start from, some things. We had a lot of things that we can at least think about. and some building blocks that we might be able to build upon. I definitely appreciate y'all coming through. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here, you know, I'm a fat boy. I'm a recovering fat boy, aka still a fat boy, trying to work on things. So, you know, I definitely need to get something to eat. I'm sitting here, my ribs are touching. But I want to give y'all the opportunity to say any last words or say anything that y'all might want to say. Yo, in the meantime, too, if y'all enjoyed the conversation and y'all want to have more conversations like this, yo, hit the Cash App. And you know, it don't have to be a whole lot of money. Whatever you decide to show love with through the Cash App, $ Israel Mills. Because today we didn't do kicking people off the panel. We didn't do booting people off the panel, even though I love that idea. Shout out to Aaron O for that idea. At the same time, what we're doing is we're building and we're talking and we're just throwing out ideas and things that you might be able to use in your own life, things that you might be able to grow upon and build upon. But hit that Cash App and show some love. Show us that it's not just negative conversations that's going to get the light. It's not just negative conversations that's going to get monetized. Like let's start supporting our content creators that give us positive conversations and give us some things that we can use in real life, right? So, Dust, what say you? What are your last words, Dust?
Last words.
I'm gonna give you the big screen. Hold on. I'm gonna move this.
No excuse, people. It feels like temperature is 98 degrees here in Florida. And I sat and procrastinated and didn't do my run. I got to run 4 miles. I'm going to run it in the heat anyway. No excuses. Just do what you got to do and get things done. Had the conversations. Listen to people. Be a better person tomorrow than you were yesterday. You see this right here? That's gold. That's that stuff right there. Because yesterday I was actually ugly. But overnight, yeah, look at it. But that's all I got. Listen to people, become a better listener. Information is out there. Put yourself in the best environment to win. You ain't got to be a high value, whatever, and superstar, but just be better. That's it.
Hey, salute to you, Dust. I really appreciate you coming through. I enjoyed your family. I'm gonna go ahead and put you down. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming through. Have a great day, family. And I'm gonna send you off with a nice troll or goodbye. Here you go. I'm gonna send you off with a nice troll goodbye. But yo, Dust, I really appreciate you though, man. You did the damn thing, and you was a wealth of information, man. Peace.
It's best if you leave. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
Seconds later.
I love that clip. Hey, Love C.
Hey, that's funny.
Yeah, what last words would you like to say?
Oh, this was a good conversation. I like that we're talking about solutions. Shout out to you for always coming with something that's positive and uplifting. We still get a little bit of laughs in here too. I think in regards to what is a community and bridging the gap and things like that. As much as possible, look for the value in the person around you. We can find the differences, easily, but it takes a special person to find the value in someone. So I think that if you can go everywhere you go, find the value that a person brings. You make them feel special. You develop a habit of gratitude for yourself, and that ultimately makes you into the type of person that other people want to be around. And if people want to be around you, then that's how you end up building a community. So that's it. That's all I've got. Ready to get
Thank
out
you,
of
Love
here
C.
and get
I
some more work
appreciate you.
done.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
you
you so much. Thank you so much for all your wealth of information. You and Dust are welcome anytime. Scam Likely, you're welcome anytime. And all the other people on the panel, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. And y'all be blessed, man. Have a great day, okay?
All right, bye, Ez. Thanks.
I talk to you later. I'm gonna send you off with a funny one as well. That's just what I do. All right. So
Keep Hope out of my house. Get out! Get out! Might hear you ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get up out of here. Bye.
Yo. Yo, I appreciate everybody coming through. Everybody that sent the cash app. Yo, let me show love to the people that sent the cash app. You know what I'm saying? Dust, thank you. Reed, thank you. KGY, thank you. B Magic, thank you. Terrell, right, thank you. Moasis, thank you. Mother J, thank you. Big Rig, Drew Martin, thank you. Black Manta, thank you. And Malika Melbourne, thank you, man. I appreciate you. I don't know, Malika. Every time I see your name, I don't know. I know you. It's crazy. But anyway, yo, thank you for everybody that was on the panel. Yo, Malika, I appreciate you. I can't read my own writing. How to Man, Moy Freestyle, Trucker Yell, Christopher J. Yo, thank you, Christopher J, for all that information too. Dusto, B Magic, Mr. Alignment, a few times, thank you. Mr. Black Sheep, Sean, yo, Rich Bully, I appreciate you. Love C, I appreciate you. Q Wilson, I appreciate you. Thank y'all all for coming through. And I appreciate you in the chat. God bless y'all. I pray y'all have a good day. Yo, let's see about a little music on the way out. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this. I'm gonna play a little something for y'all on the way out. Peace.
What you need him to. He captured, but you're still unsure. 'Cause we all know that everybody plays a fool sometimes, and you don't really wanna be the fool this time. But in the right time, don't you let this be your name. 'Cause if you only let the small things slide, then maybe you will see the bigger picture. Try to have faith in your man. Have faith in your man. Show who you belong to. If it's only a display of all that you have gone through, does it scream love, or does true love belong to those who go through these things? Just a few years go by, changes you made in your life to be wifey, accepting things that you know you didn't like. Easy for all to see your pain and misery, symbolized by this ring. You want it so desperately. Don't be so into everything your girlfriend feels do. They're unhappy, sit around talking about everything trifling that admit. But your man adores you. He bring you the world if he could. What does that mean if you have nothing tangible? Do you really need the ring, or you need the ringonomics? You really love the king, or you only love the object? Tell me where's the logic, tell me where the love went. And if you only working towards the bling, then let's be honest, she gotta be the finest, him gotta be Adonis. Nobody wanna take the time to study for the time test. Love and be impatient at the con without the blindness. I promise we'll be fine if true love is the object. Have faith in your man.